Okay, so I was recently having a discussion with Good Mother and talking about sort of religious things, and she asked me what the water was, and I was kind of flummoxed, or I didn't give quite a good rendition of it. These things are. It is useful to talk about the water in correlation to the spirit and the blood. I think a lot of the things that I said, I think, are correct, but sort of didn't cohesively come together in any kind of sort of solid picture. And I was even trying to use the example of the Silmarillion in terms of sort of the pre-story story in the Silmarillion, which is essentially a kind of, in some sense, the whole drama is played out in the heavens in contradistinction to the actual narrative unfolding, but in some sense the conclusion of the narrative is already sort of fated, because the forms and in terms of a kind of musical, there was a kind of a musical battle in the heavens, and essentially, so it's kind of already foretold that evil doesn't win or something like that. But in some sense, the reason why that this I tried to depend on this to somewhat relate to the water is because the water in some I also made the general claim that all reality is reducible essentially to water, and that's also somewhat true, but it still doesn't ground exactly what I'm talking about, because in essence, when you are a mind, when you are an embodied being, and you have to live in the world, you have to have a model of what it is that you're doing. You know, in the same way that the Greeks had the idea that light shone out from the eyes because you had to essentially contact the world through your inward reference of what's going on around you. And in some sense, the water has all these kinds of things to it. Essentially, you see, there's so many aspects of it which doesn't sort of come out clearly without looking at the other things perhaps first. So, but essentially, water relates quite starkly to essentially the soul and reality. The reality of the soul is something like a metaphor, and so what you do to the metaphor of your life experience, how you reference your life experience within a referencing system, the lens through which you contend your own yeah, I guess I have to talk about the spirit first. So, in some sense, none of this makes any sense without first talking about the more basic prerequisite, which is the spirit. So, everything is firstly made up of spirit, then it's made up of water, and then finally, it's. I shouldn't actually use the word made up of. Firstly, things are witnessed by the spirit, then they're witnessed by the water, and then they're witnessed by the blood. So when I say reference, you know, witness is much more descriptive than just saying reference, because reference could also ambiguously be conflated with record. So and the reason why these things don't record, why the spirit, the water, and the blood doesn't record things, although in some sense they can still hold on to a kind of memory, especially the water is capable of retaining a kind of memory, but in some sense, that's a personal matrix, as it were. It's like, oh my word. Sorry, I'm jumping around too much. Okay, so the reason why it's firstly reducible, why everything is evaluated via the spirit, is because the spirit is, in some sense, purpose or motivation, directional heading. So you're able to communicate with things because they have a propensity about them. They have a direction about them. They're heading towards something. They have a teleological purpose about them. And so when we get messages from things, we get messages based on what a purpose it portends. So everything portends some kind of purpose, and so the famous Shakespearean quote, oh no, I can't remember the Shakespearean quote. Something like, nothing is either good or bad, but a man that judges it so, or something like that. Oh my word, I can't remember the proper Shakespearean quotes, but anyway, that just shows essentially without the anthropomorphized relativism of purpose, life is devoid of any value judgment, obviously. So we use our subjective compass within our own spirit, as it were, to then be able to, it is, let's say, the most basic antennae, which also gives us the model through which there can be any communication or message or meaning is made purely out of spirit. So that is the most basic ingredient. Now, the water is more sophisticated than the spirit. And the water itself will even have a reference, an image. In some sense, the water is like metaphorical images of collections of spirit or multiple spirits in some kind of model of how they impinge on one another or relate to one another. Now, both the spirit and the water, in contradistinction to the blood, are both objective in the sense that they're not subjective, that they have an objective they're both communication and reality in some sense. Is tangible in terms of creating a third-party record of it, as it were. Anyway, so both the spirit and the water is sort of is capable of non-linear forms of you could call it also, I guess, spooky action at a distance, or sort of how it can be shared and how it can be jointly contended in. The blood is much more strange and in that the blood is properly subjective, and in some sense it shows the embodied sort of crystallization of a particular spiritual heading and a particular water metaphor condensed into a particular embodiment or actualization or manifestation. So, in some sense, all of these things somewhat work together, and then it's slightly weird that essentially the spirit and the water are both more objective, whereas the blood is much more subjective, in the sense that um, the personal private sphere of one's own consciousness, which has its own particular cachet, bandwidth of consciousness that holds a particular pool of energy and a particular um, residue and embodied sense of what spirit and what water is being acted upon, or is the premise of action. Now, what makes the blood different to the water and the spirit is that it almost by its very nature doesn't really conserve itself, because it operates by concession of itself. It expends itself. It uses itself to act or to change something. And in some sense, the blood, unless it's actually making a concession, is in some sense in a kind of static, inert sort of state. If it's not sort of, if its cash isn't being used up and then it's being replenished, perhaps it's stagnant. And so the blood, by its very nature, is a kind of is something that works by a kind of sacrifice or shedding of itself. Now, each of these things relate to, it's said in 1 John chapter 5 that they agree in one, and that the three that art in heaven are one, and that these three agree in one. And so they don't quite relate to each other. The blood and the water and the spirit, they each independently encompass each other. So the water will have, in some sense, its own impression, its own metaphor of what the blood and the spirit are within its own domain. The same with the spirit and the same with the blood. Although the blood and the spirit are the more interesting ones, because in some sense the spirit is the most basic, because everything is very clearly reducible into the understanding. The water being non-linear, in some sense, it can radically, it can. It's such a weird thing to that. You kind of have to understand the other things more to understand what the water is. But essentially, if you kind of create what you do to the water, what you're doing to one of the witnesses of God, of the Trinity, how you metaphorically cast a model of the world, a reference to navigating the world. In some sense, it is your internal moderation of reality. How you have to have a model of reality to actually, and so as you relate to these metaphorical forms that you populate your world out of, how you have erected those structures will hopefully have the quality of water, that it ends up being a kind of a transparent thing that allows for the truth to shine through it, as it were, or that it's not going to sort of be trying to create some mischievous occlusion of itself, that it's not trying to sort of taint itself or pollute itself or obscure. vision of what it is that it's dealing with, or something like that, which is what happens when you sort of get away from a kind of humility and self-knowledge, perhaps. But essentially, what you do to the water, you also do to the spirit, and you also do to the blood. But those will have, like, they won't, even in terms of the water, be a regular linear correlation between these things. And so the water is a kind of, in some sense, it's your view of your objective navigation of your soul. You know, you're going to get impressions of what things mean, and you're going to sort of metaphorically create a model of importance or significance in terms of what reality is made up of. So it's kind of like it's a metaphorical computational I mean, how I've described this sometimes before is that, because, I mean, the water itself is prone to generating mysteries, essentially. And so, the water turns into clouds and into fog, and you can't see what's going on, and it's all very mysterious. And you have to kind of, at some point, you have to try to condense all of this into water so that it's possible to be situated in a transparent body of water that might, and in some sense, it's a kind of like a style of being to some degree. I mean, this is why also, and there is going to be, let's say, some general pollution from this, from, you could call it the fall, from the personality, from the fallen personality. The false ego complex is going to create certain proclivities or channels, or, within a kind of karmic, you could call it addiction, but also a kind of preference, and also, I mean, a lot of the agitation that we get between people's personality styles is essentially a natural source of spiritual growth and sustenance, because in some sense that is where, within the context of a communion, there is essentially ample material that pedagogy, education, and essentially some form of any kind of tension like that is essentially the potential of enlarging the scope of people's self-actualization and integration. That, you can see that the tension that people create between one another is within the scope of the water, is like a kind of fundamental insolubility between people's water witnesses, as it were, and their incongruence is essentially at least evidence that one, if not both, are not sensitive to having a proper and more robustly developed metaphorical reference system. Either their antennae is not jibing well, or jiving well with other people's style of water reference, or there's some, let's say, stark spiritual. I mean, it's literally the word disparate. That there's a disparate sort of animosity or contention between inconsistent spiritual outlooks or purposes. So it's either a kind of across purposes, that people don't share each other's purposes, or they haven't, in a watery way, worked out that, well, we're in a different place. So because sometimes cross purposes are not really about actually having cross purposes, they're about a disagreement of context, which is somewhat evoked by an incompatible water reference system. So, in some sense, the spirit is like the compass and the water is like the map or the model of reality. And the blood ends up being the compounding embodiment of both of these things in an actualized sort of embodied form. And essentially, but the blood is constantly used to expanding itself, making concession, because that's how it does anything anyway, in some sense. But if it's not able to sort of look within itself and in some sense deconstruct the blood and share the blood, as it were, in the Christian communion. Now, I'm just gonna, I disagree. I mean, it came up a lot in things that I was discussing. I disagree a lot with vicarious redemption. The reason why the scriptures are so gung ho about saying that there's only one begotten Son is because essentially the teaching of Jesus Christ is essentially, and the crucifixion especially, is saying essentially that we must share the blood and we must have faith in the blood of Christ Jesus, essentially, which in my understanding of the doctrine is very clear that what Christ Jesus is referring to is essentially is your fellow spiritual brother. That you really have to believe that your fellow spiritual brother is Jesus Christ, essentially, and that you have faith in his blood, that essentially through the communion and through what's exactly described in Ephesians chapter 4, attaining to the full stature of the Christ, that it gets built within the church. Anyway, so the thing then that the blood is really referring to is essentially that, and in so-called traditional Christianity, this stuff has really been used to confect what I would say is sort of suboptimal churches that don't really properly do the work of salvation, because essentially they have kind of turned this into an ideology, and they even project this onto their society at large or their fellow man. They don't sort of do this with the right sort of thing, but essentially the having faith in the blood of Christ Jesus, in your fellow spiritual brother, only works if you follow essentially the general principle and teaching of Christ, which is within the context of the communion and within the context of integrating and, in some sense, perfecting the work of the crucifixion, is that you have to see that your blood, your subjective preferences and your subjective inclinations and your subjective sort of embodiment has to be willing to essentially burden all the blame of all the blood in the world, as it were. That it has this potential of integrating everything, that it has that kind of basic hope in its spirit that this blood is really of the kind that it is a universal donor. It's good for everyone and everything. And so in the context of that kind of communion, you end up sort of turning the other cheek, because you want to bootstrap within the communion a full access to the spiritual depth of whatever spiritual mysteries are going to come up in the water. Because if you already sort of impose arbitrary restrictions over what blood can have a kind of affinity with, you're going to limit the scope to which that the metaphor is going to be penetrating. The water is going to is not going to be transparently all-encompassing. It's going to have things omitted from its referencing system. And so you really do have to get to grips with a world that includes, all the complexity that it does include. And this is why there's so many sort of paradoxes within the Christian teaching, which is often wholly discarded by Christian churches. The teaching about hate, the teaching about judgment. You get this very one-sided, ideologically kind of obsessed way of transmitting Christianity as a kind of belief system that isn't an actual sort of psychological technology. And this belief system, in some sense, is all hinged on vicarious redemption and the idea that there's going to be some advent, some great worldly sort of unraveling or revelation. So there's a kind of this worldly translation of revelation that then gets made. That Revelations is talking about the world. It's not talking about your spiritual condition directly. It's talking about the events to happen into the future or something. And so, with a personal savior that is which is delivering to you vicarious redemption, you are then barred from a personal salvation, as it were. That your salvation is always sort of strange. Or you are sort of always in this weird kind of estranged, you know, there's you never achieve the full stature of the Christ. It's or if you are, it's in some very strangely sort of fatalistic sort of sense where you believe it about yourself, but you can't say it about yourself because then you don't attain to the proper amount of sort of sniveling, sort of fatalistic sycophancy over this kind of worldly determinism that you have to kind of comport your faith within a kind of ideological performance. And so, that's the main sort of imitation that I'm sort of generally having to contend with, I guess, as I'm talking about some of these things. But okay, let me just think if there's anything more I can say about the blood. So yeah, I mean, what's also interesting is that the blood is subjective, whereas the water and the spirit are objective. And what I mean by that is that the spirit and the water can be shared between people very easily, can be communicated and transmitted and sort of shared in. Whereas the blood can sort of only sort of really be agreed upon. And so, in some sense, I guess what perhaps people miss, in terms of the ritual of the communion, which is essentially drinking the wine that symbolizes the blood of Christ, and the body of Christ are the members in particular of the church. I mean, just sort of imagine. I mean, I'm certainly not encouraging people to do this. It's a symbolic sort of thing, but you then have to imagine that this is what it's actually symbolizing. It's symbolizing that people are literally feeding their blood to each other. And you could just sort of imagine the kind of, the kind of psychological penetration, essentially, and the kind of intimacy that is meant to symbolize. And we can kind of just see how shortly churches have fallen from that and this doesn't mean that sort of everyone in a congregation has to sort of be a super participant, but you do have to have, in some sense, the people on hand, and let's say the specialization of, particular office bearers that are tending to everyone in all the various different ways that they can only really be directed in when there are sufficient numbers of people who are tending to both the cultivation but also the that are responsible for sort of maximizing the welfare of a different sort of spiritual gift. Um, and I mean, it's interesting how I've seen it been done. But there's a vicarious reception of many different gifts uh, around the core gift of the teacher, essentially. That that is really the core gift that is being cultivated, which is everyone is learning how to become a teacher themselves, and at the same time, all the other gifts are somewhat vicariously in the mix and being developed as well. Uh, and those other gifts are more the focus of, for example, the priests themselves that are being cultivated by other office bearers, while also being responsible for the people under their care. And so this kind of tandem set of roles and functions, and then sets up people having different dreams, and seeing different things, as those dreams are being tended to by the various different people in the various different places. And it's interesting how, depending on who is reading a dream, essentially how the content of the dream gets somewhat tailored. Anyway. And it's also not just dreams, visions and prophecy directly. But okay. I was going to say more things about the spirit and the water. So I mean, okay, this gets maybe just a bit too abstract that it's not that useful. But basically, I think that the spirit uh, is sort of evaluating the source of authority, or there's a kind of thematic sort of overview, uh, or how things are sourced in God, or how far off they seem that they are divergent from that source. So sort of mapping on, how much in accordance is this purpose with truth or love. or justice or responsibility, or self-determinism. So all of these sorts of different facets which comprise of, sort of the compound of the Trinity. The water is in some sense, the water can't really be the water can't really be pegged at any sort of particular thing, because it's so fluid and non-linear. It can only sort of be judged as a totality in some sense, and there are large degrees in which the water can be corralled by other people's water, as it were. So you can kind of, so water has this thing where you can just kind of homogenize with other people around you, as it were, and you're not sort of carrying your own water, and you're sharing the water of other people, and in some sense there is this sort of tremendous propensity towards a kind of lowest common denominator, or just kind of homogenizing with environmental surroundings. And so usually in spiritual life or within the individual, one of the first things that have to happen is a commitment to a kind of self-consistency, and to sort of surveying the water yourself, even to know what sort of, to start to be able to kind of have a stable, self-consistent labeling system of what it is. Because, in some sense, it's very easy to just kind of on the fly modulate something. And so you just have, so people can, I mean, this is how I think a lot of charlatans get away with things, is because they're perhaps capable of a kind of pattern recognition, and they, in some sense, you even lose a lot of fluidity if you want to retain authenticity, because you can kind of go with the flow in terms of your surroundings, so much so that you lose your own independent source of genuine decision making. So in some sense, until you have built within your metaphorical domain essentially some central axis of or some central axle of self-determinism and an internal locus of control, in some sense, you don't even have your own water, as it were. You just have the water that was sort of donated to you by society or by tradition, or something like that. And in some sense, there is always a kind of interface between, because, in some sense, it doesn't really matter what the labels of words are. In some sense, it matters more that just in your environment that the same word relates to the same activity or object, so that you're capable of communicating about it. So, sort of, I'm not saying that language itself is a kind of watery sort of thing. But it can be confused as being that. for people that essentially believe that the water is is only an external narrative. When I guess what I'm trying to say is that it is fundamentally the conflation of both, and that's why it can sort of only, it has to be transparent. It has to sort of be see through, because if there were things being carried in the water, then and they weren't both internally yours as well as capable of being described as external, if they were purely external, then well, it's hard for me to even explain that, because it just can't be that way. Because if it was that way, it would be no work at all uh, to be a kind of responsive or responsible thinking participant within your environment, where it does actually require work. It does require even updating uh, your reference system, as it were, or at least growing it or developing it or enlarging it. And I mean, I guess in some sense you could say that it doesn't sort of get cut, it just kind of gets recontextualized. So, you always add to it, and then the references that you've already made just kind of get rearranged. Oh, it's such a, you know, imagine I didn't say the water once and I just said metaphor. You have to live in a metaphor. You have to grow the metaphor, you have to develop the metaphor, and you have to update the metaphor or adapt it so that it is requisitely broad and sophisticated. And sort of, if you don't aim to have a sophisticated metaphor of your experience or reality, um, and if you're not also going to respect the metaphors that other people use, you're going to somewhat be blind to uh, how other people are moderating reality. So you have your form of contending with moderating reality, and other people are contending with moderating reality. And so, in some sense, there's a kind of there's a politics of water. There's a politics of compatibility that lends itself towards a kind of lowest common denominator. And this, by the way, I guess is also, I don't think that this is directly related to the principalities of the air. I think that on the level of the water, this is a personal corruption, if it is corrupted. But the principalities of the air is definitely something that relates to the blood. The blood is certainly, I would say, diverted into doing strange things and not trying to be responsible about itself, and in some sense that all is because the water itself is I mean, the allegory that is given in the scripture, which is that some seeds, they get too much water and they get carried away. They get washed away with the topsoil because they've had too much water. And some seeds maybe find fertile ground and they're in the right place in terms of the ground, but they just don't get enough water. they don't get enough metaphor for them to develop. There's not enough mystery or water to, you probably need a bit of both. You need water just to be planted in a place that you won't be uprooted and washed away, and then you also perhaps need a bit of mystery as well to sort of to get a taste for solving mystery and in some sense retaining a sophisticated enough metaphor to be strong enough to grow into a tree with good fruit that has a purpose that can actually uh, just trying to think the other useful metaphors. Yeah, so I mean, the thing that makes sort of Jesus Christ so special is essentially is this overcoming the fundamental ambiguity or the problem of blood. Sort of how to prepare with the right sort of framework of faith and teaching how to develop a fruit uh, that has the seed of the fruit bearing tree, which is in some sense the kind of the symbol of eternity. And this being in the Word, which I've kind of already expounded on, that the Word is essentially the thing that renders meaning in the mind. The kind of, I mean, even Noam Chomsky sort of talked about this concept that, language somehow develops all at the same time. Uh, that the whole sophisticated engine is there all at the beginning. Which is also really what makes us different from animals that are even perhaps quite intelligent animals, but they don't have language. Which I would say can also be related to essentially the water, perhaps more overtly. Uh, I should probably just mention this, although I don't want to talk about it too much. But it's interesting, the symmetry, which I can't remember exactly which order that they're given in, but I know that essentially that the order in which they're mentioned, that this parallel shows up, that the Father and the Spirit are parallel, and that the Word and the water are parallel, and that the Holy Ghost and the blood are parallel. In terms of the three that bear record in heaven that are one, and the three that bear witness in the earth that agree in one. And I guess the thing about the witnesses in the earth is that they have to be independently evaluated, as in used to evaluate. There are independent metrics of evaluation, which all have to be applied, and then they have to sort of each evaluate that they agree with each other. And that's a kind of uh, theory of, or that's kind of like a recipe of coherence and self-cohesion. That the introverted feeling of spirit is on par and endorses what the introverted sensing of water uh, is on par, and endorses what the extroverted feeling of blood is subjectively actualizing. Although I should say as well that the blood is very problematic in a lot of ways, because you can't really talk about the blood because it's such an immediate subjective reference point. So to talk about the blood is going to be very strange, because you're going to make it a kind of abstract entity, and it doesn't work. You're going to be doing strange things in terms of the Holy Ghost if you are going to kind of objectify what's going on in the blood, because it's such an immediate subjective point of reference, or evaluative metric. And it also works constantly by concession. And so if you make concession in order to try to model what the blood is doing, you've really kind of got a strange paradox there. Um, it's not even a kind of tautological self-referencing paradox. It's a kind of invalidating abstraction in some sense, where you're almost disconnecting from the blood and you're trying to create either a water or a spiritual, or both, substitution for the blood. But yeah, I think that essentially what Christianity properly does is that it does tell us to, or encourage us to can't think of the perfect word, but essentially to subvert the blood, our own blood, as it were, and to be willing to extend it uh, within a kind of program of faith. And I mean, I think that, this is also what has made Protestant liberal society so strong in some sense, because it has also fostered a kind of patience and a kind of self-reflection which is very good at honing some kind of self-consistency and sanity, uh, and shedding off overt forms of um, kind of lowest common denominator kind of stuff. So much so that eventually, sort of the Christian culture rebelled against Catholicism for its kind of overbearing ideological narrative. And I mean, there were many people who resisted Catholicism on purely religious grounds, that its religion, its religious structure was essentially kind of ungodly. It had so much idolatry woven into it. It had so much sort of sociological collective destiny, collective fate. Sort of that the whole edifice was a kind of sociological program of vicarious salvation. Anyway, I'm going to stop making this recording. I guess I've probably exhausted this topic. And I realize how too long this recording has been on the subject, and sort of how embarrassing and the low quality it is. But I think I found some ways to more properly explain some of these basic concepts. So essentially, the difference between the spirit and the water, both of which I've called sort of objective elements in some sense, in that they can sort of, they have like a real force about them that can be sort of read or discerned. They're sort of externally, they are externally communicated or represented in a kind of manifested form. They are there to be discerned from the outside, whereas the blood is really part of the subjective consciousness. So you can sort of speculate as to that, and you can kind of, but you can't really get direct access to somebody else's blood, except by essentially the kind of, in some sense, you get a kind of constructive access to it through the communion. But essentially, that is why the activity of the church, essentially, or the activity of the communion, the breaking of the bread and the drinking of the blood, is, in some sense, that's, to drink somebody else's blood, to drink the blood of the body of Christ, which are the members in particular in the church, is a symbolic, kind of process that requires essentially seeing other people concede their own cache of subjective point of view, as it were, to see how how that blood is in its style of concession of itself and sort of transmutation. That you can only sort of track the blood by how it's sort of replenishing itself, or how it's kind of, anyway. This is going to be a bit sloppy, I guess, but so I'm not going to. So let me just move onto the spirit and the water. So essentially, the main difference between the spirit and the water is that the spirit is comprised primarily of understanding. And you also have to have an understanding of your own blood, and you have to have an understanding of perhaps the blood, but how you have an understanding of the anything is through the water, which is essentially the version of reality in which you can refer to things and evaluate things as a kind of metaphor. And so when you're going to make a model out of reality, you're going to make it out of metaphor. And there's going to be a metaphor of everything. There's even going to be a metaphor of the spirit within the water. But this is where the water breaks down to some degree, is that the metaphor of darkness is not the same thing as understanding darkness. So, you can be aware of darkness in the spirit, but actual darkness is not the same thing as the metaphor of darkness. So actually being immediately aware of darkness and making a judgment within your understanding, and let's say the metaphor of such, is not the same thing. So you can get to know the metaphor of darkness, the metaphor of evil, of ignorance, of the consequences of evil and ignorance, and all those sorts of things. You can metaphorically be aware of darkness, and you can metaphorically explore it. And in some sense, that is quite an important source of knowledge, as it were, and that's a kind of deep knowledge in the soul. But essentially, everyone's soul is comprised, because reality is essentially comprised of water in that sense. It's all comprised of metaphor, which the spirit when the spirit is acting in reality, it's acting on the metaphorical forms of its internal reference structure. And so in the same way that someone's spirit is their purpose and their heading, their metaphorical matrix of reality, their holographic thing that projects the hologram of reality that comes from a crystal, in some sense, the crystal of the water, as it were, their crystal I don't know what it's called when you make a hologram, but essentially the matrix, perhaps the code or the template that sort of informs the structure of the hologram or whatever. That's so how the spirit relates to the water is that the spirit is dealing with the water internally, as it were, like it was a kind of another aspect of the spirit, or ability of the spirit. But how the water relates to the spirit is, in some sense, it doesn't. They both have references of each other within each other, but the spirit is more prime. The spirit is more basic. It's more fundamental, as it were. And so the spirit has a kind of predominance and a kind of importance and significance that supersedes the water. In some sense, the water just becomes it means nothing without it being sort of driven by the spirit, by a purpose, as it were, that is infusing these forms, these watery forms, these metaphorical things mean nothing unless it's reducible back into the spirit, as it were. And so the water itself is a kind of, probably relates to these catchwords, these buzzwords that I sort of bring, sort of relates to kind of the work of managing some kind of self-consistency but in some sense, the self-consistency is how the spirit is acting on the water. In some sense, the water is only ever coherent in terms of its sorry, I'm just trying to think how. So, I mean, I think that water itself can look actually quite putrid or dirty or whatever, or that it's being obviously sort of contorted and twisted when essentially it's just trying to sort of create a serial addition of a kind of non sequitur, that it's just trying to lead on to something that fundamentally sort of breaks its own coherence. And so in some sense, it it really should be always a kind of representative of, a little bit of water should be the same as all other water in some sense, and it should have the ability to sort of be part of the same pool, as it were. But anyway, so I'm trying to kind of get some kind of metaphorical work or allegorical work from talking about it like that. But what this means in practice, it means that essentially you can see a perfect parallel between this and the idea of culture. So in some sense, a spirit might be correct and true and self-consistent and coherent, but if the water itself is undeveloped or is unpracticed, as it were, it's going. You can be hobbled by having a pathological culture or a malformed culture. So you can, if you imbibe a kind of a watery reference matrix because of tradition, because you've inherited some correlation between some words or something like that, and you just kind of go with that flow, you have just kind of, you're being carried by other people's water, as it were. You don't have it properly constituted within yourself, or you haven't sort of developed an internal reference system that you actually endorse from your own independent internal locus of control, and therefore you don't actually have, your spirit has been sort of dirtied by having a kind of tainted water matrix of reality, or a tainted sort of metaphorical mechanism sort of system. So these things are kind of our reflections. The state of the one is going to be the same witness in some sense in terms of the state of the other ones. But the water, in some sense, because it has this holographic property to it, I realize that I'm not explaining this perfectly succinctly and precisely, but the water has this kind of non-linear property because it can perhaps be purified or cleansed almost instantly, and it has a kind of non-linear updating effect because of that. In some sense, it kind of, it's like if you remove a filter on a lens, but then it kind of changes your ability, all the pictures that you've taken through that lens then kind of retrospectively get touched up according to the latest, kind of lack of filter, as it were. Actually, I just said that, but it's probably almost the opposite of that in terms of it being non-linear. That when you do that, you kind of have a spiritual history which is going to be in a non-linear way impacted by the updating of the water. So when you update the water, you kind of have to translate that back into the spirit and reconcile what is to be done, or what the consequences of updating the water is. The water has this completely non-linear kind of consequence in relation to the spirit. But the spirit, when it's dealing with the water, is dealing with it so the spirit has this kind of linear, sequential self-consistency that can never end, but the source of its coherence is in the water, is in its holographic matrix, as it were. And so you can explore a lot of things in the water, and the water will always sort of, well, not always, but will generally have, ordinarily will be infested with a lot of mystery, because the spiritual understanding is not fully developed properly, or or it hasn't come to full maturity, as it were. But the spirit needs to deal with the water in a linear way. If it does the opposite of that, because the spirit can do whatever it wants, the spirit can be taken over by a spirit that is a a spirit of self deception, another kind, some kind of false prophet. Um, Kind of sort of narrative self-inception kind of so if the spirit is going to essentially be led by the water and not try to retain a self consistent internal locus of control, that where it's all reduced back fundamentally down to the spirit, and if it wants to be led by the water, then the water can kind of create this paradox within itself, which is in some sense what the state of most people's minds are in, which is which has been described in other religions as sort of being the fragmented intellect, the many branched intelligence, that your intelligence has been fragmented, as a kind of warring house against itself. Yeah, I would say that this is, essentially also to some degree what's. This is not directly relatable to the water, but thematically, this is going to involve some things like, the many-headed serpent and things like that. But it's interesting because, these dimensions that correspond to the spirit and the water and the blood will actually fulfill a particular cognitive function within someone's metatype. Um, as well as essentially being a general sort of mediating property or a fixture in terms of how metagram emotional tone circuitries, kind of impinge on one another. Um, I was thinking, I shouldn't even talk about this because this is mixing things up too much, but I need to make more diagrams where I remove the final 5 symmetries from the emotional tone connections, because I don't think that they play any role in terms of metagram sort of karmic propitiation or a kind of synergy or reaction between things. That in some sense those final 5 symmetries are something that people are subjectively aware of. They are subjectively aware of, because in some sense that the final 5 symmetries are essentially showing emotional tones that are made in the same mental moment. They, in terms of the format, in terms of how the mind is endorsing or at least generating emotional tones, they are considered in the same moment. They appear in the same act of the if your life is a book, and uh, in some sense you have these recurring themes in your book in terms of the emotional tones that you are karmically kind of plugged into using in terms of identifying yourself with, clothing yourself in this image of emotional tones that have covered the living entity and the living soul. Um, with this kind of beastly conditioning, that then you take that emotional tone, um, and in some sense, in the same moment that you're choosing to perform or to identify or to sort of affix that onto your identity in terms of some kind of dramatization that you are effectively acting in the valence thereof, that when you do that, you are also simultaneously mindful of from the real living entity underneath all of this that is electing to do these things, although you've made it a kind of habitual, automatic sort of pattern of sort of performance, that there's an alternative emotional tone that is sort of considered on the same wavelength, or is that sort of, that has the same source point, that has the same initiating kind of mechanism, that you have chosen to go one way rather than another way. And so the final five symmetries between the emotional tones are a kind of phenomenological proof of my theory to some degree, in the idea that people, in some sense, it creates a kind of closed corner. Because I mean, people often wonder, I think, or perhaps sometimes philosophers have definitely wondered this, or at least some philosophers have definitely wondered this, which is that, not to say that, not to ask the solipsistic question, but to ask the semi-solipsistic question, which is, sort of, how different are other people's mental conscious space, sort of their conscious grammar. Do they have a different quality of sentience, as it were, or something like that? How do they interface with consciousness? Is it the same, or how different is it? And as you're stuck in this kind of performative expression of essentially modeling yourself in terms of the unconscious side of the mind, in terms of the participatory realm, that you are seeing yourself as operating under the aegis, or within the groove of this particular emotional tone, that this is your karmic vehicle, that this is your antennae with the world, as it were, that you are, at least you do know that there is another antennae, or there's another possibility that you are essentially electing against, that in some sense you have, through the final five symmetry, you have a kind of a competitor that you are electing against, that you're choosing against in some sense. So that could also be an interesting way to, anyway, there might be a lot of mechanisms, psychological mechanisms, I can only sort of speculate, but essentially, that although people might never choose these things, depending on different metatypes and different metagram types, might create different possibilities of psychopathology, or perhaps modalities of therapy that could include accessing these other emotional tones in terms of anyway, I'm really loosely speculating, but essentially it could be a way to sort of jump outside of your habitual false ego complex, as it were. Not sure how useful that necessarily is, because I do think that the false ego complex, in some sense, needs to be processed out, in some sense. It can't just be avoided. And I do just also want to just throw in something that I've been thinking about quite deeply, which is, I don't know how much this might contradict things that I've said on this topic before, but I'm starting to believe that the marriage of Jesus Christ with the bride and the church, as it were, is that the process of communion, the process of church, is, I think, to forge a kind of psychological integration and self-actualization and healing of the fall of man, that requires a doctrine and the works of growing into the maturity of your salvation, as it were, which is, the process which I believe is sketched out in Revelations, essentially. But that effectively what sort of the final step is, I believe I'm seeing now, is essentially, and I've said elements of this before, that the superego child function essentially is something that you are automatically quite rich in, and in some sense it is the indulgence that the dominant function of the ego has been sort of using to give itself this kind of, it's very paradoxical in some sense, because the child function of the superego is in some sense symbolic of the general failure and the sin of the ego. It is projecting sin onto the ego. But the parent function of the ego uses it as the impetus to kind of indulge in a kind of delusion and a kind of, and in some sense that is what gives the ego's parent function the license to kind of manufacture its own private reality vis-a-vis the subconscious. And so in some sense the dominant function, sorry, not the parent function of the ego, I think, is, essentially the whore of Babylon to a large degree. But in some sense, the power of that iniquity is essentially from this kind of unassailable moral pristineness, which the ego can't properly integrate. And so if you could just integrate the inferior function of the ego, which in my view is the symbol of Jesus Christ in some sense, is your inferior function of the ego, because that is the thing that needs to burden the sin of the world. It needs to take responsibility for everything. It needs to bootstrap everything within itself. And when you have that kind of Christ consciousness in the inferior function of the ego, and you integrate it properly with the child function of the superego, then I think between those two, what happens is that the death of the superego, which is the sin of the ego, gets resurrected, essentially. That you can actually, but you sort of have to recognize in some strange way, and I think that this has to kind of, this unfolds in yourself, that you almost need, sort of in psychological terms, you need perhaps 1,000 years to kind of integrate this, going through the kind of the journey of sort of setting things up, so that you can sort of do the technology of the crucifixion. That what you realize is that you had the answer all along in terms of the child function of the superego. The problem is that it was never properly integrated within the ego, because the parent function was essentially making hay out of it, and the inferior function of the ego was sort of being slighted and being crucified, some sense, on the behest of that child function. And so, in some sense, combining these two together, or is going to sort of reveal the beast, the final beast, as it were, the final or the terminal death of the ego, or the founding condition of the superego. And that is the death proper, as it were. And sort of identifying the state of that, the proper state of that, but also identifying it within the realm of being able to consciously move from that position, as it were. So in some sense revealing the true state of that, but revealing its true state so that you have the access, that now you have accessibility to operating from that level of psychological reality. And this is at least novel in my mind, because in some sense I've always focused on, sort of what I've called the New Jerusalem in terms of the dominant function of the superego. But I'm still I'm still set on that, but I think that this is the outcome of that process. So I just wanted to document that. That you do kind of have to tinker with the city that is in the dark, that is illuminated by the light of God and by the light of the Lamb. This jeweled city that exists only in the light of your own understanding, in the light of the mind, in the light of the Lamb, in the light of God. This is not a natural city. This is a spiritual model of things, as it were. So this paradise where the tree of life is, this is all within you. This is not external. This is not part of the world. This is all the kingdom of God that is within you. But essentially that as the kingdom of God sort of grows within you, then you are quickened back to life in terms of what I have referred to before as the terminal death, or the terminal beast, or the prime beast, or something like that, which is essentially the death of the ego. And anyway, I mean, I was actually thinking about this because I was sparked, because, I realized just how bad I was at answering the question, what is the water? And, I thought, wow, why am I so bad at describing what the water is? And I said, and then I actually reviewed everything that I said about it, and I said, I didn't answer the question that badly in terms of what I said. Like it came out so poorly, but everything that I said it's actually profoundly correct. It's just that, I didn't sort of pack it together in any kind of intelligible way even. But everything that I said is kind of spot on, but you kind of have to triangulate between all these things to get any kind of useful impression about what I was talking about. It was very, very clumsy, obviously. But and then I just thought, why am I so clumsy about describing this? Because I wouldn't be clumsy about describing the spirit, and I wouldn't be clumsy even about describing the blood. It's only when trying to combine the water with this, and I just thought, wow, the water is actually my superego child function. And, sort of personalizing it and reverse engineering that, it got me thinking, and I thought, well, I guess I'm very bad at the water then. And I thought, no, I'm actually not bad at the water. My whole intellect centers around essentially being incredibly rich in the water, as it were. Like that's almost all I do in some sense. In some shadow sense, my ego and my unconscious is operating within the inverse of the superego's child function, in the recess of the superego's child function, in the shadow of the superego's child function in some sense, especially the ego is in the shadow of the superego's child function. And then, and then all the things that I've always said about the superego's child function sort of springed into my mind, and I said, oh, okay, obviously the superego child function has the most kind of you have the most paradoxical relationship to it, because in some sense it is the thing that is judging you in sin. It is the thing that you are falling short of, but it is the thing that you are naturally, in some sense, it's all you are aspiring to accumulate, and you're a kind of glutton on it. You're a glutton in it, in some sense. It's sort of, there are these descriptions in the Bible all over the place about, people who are actually quite rich and they don't realize how rich they are, sort of how much they have stored up in their houses and things like that, where it's describing the sinful character and the sinful nature. And I think no more is that descriptive of the superego child function. You're always hoarding it. You're always amplifying it. You're always sort of, you have too much of it, and yet you think that you have none of it. In fact, one of the churches is in Revelations is exactly described like this. which might correspond exactly to this. I wonder if it might be the second church. I need to read Revelations again. Yeah, whenever I sort of make theoretical progress at some point, at some point you just have to sort of read Revelations again and see what different things crop up, as it were. Anyway, I remember the last time that I fully read Revelations, and I thought, oh, I'm doing very well. I'm covering 70% of all of this, which is far more. And when I say covering 70%, I mean oh no, I've actually got a viable model of exactly what it is that is talking about. Not some vague sort of description about something but an actual specific sort of incredibly intricate, sort of thing that this corresponds to. So 70% of that kind of that kind of parallel correspondence is, if anyone has ever tried to make sense of Revelations, they will realize what a kind of feat that might be to even approach a majority of seemingly to understand everything and all the details. And in some sense, the other 30% is essentially a kind of, some of it it's too ambiguous for me to exactly know. But he's sort of one of a few things, but obviously it's not nice when you can't line this up exactly, because that also means that other things can be open to radical revision potentially if these things ever do start become less vague. A lot of where the ambiguity comes from is that you don't exactly know for certain the context of what is being modeled. And there are ways in which certain paradigms are so similar, but they're not exactly the same context. And so just the ambiguity between that is annoying. Because in some sense you could say, well, that's explaining what's happening. It all has to be reducible to the spirit. So you could say that it's always talking about something to do with the spirit. But is this talking about essentially the evolution of the water, or is this talking about the blood, or is this talking about essentially then, how you're going to relate to your external environment in terms of how you're relating to culture? And a lot of those are kinds of commentaries, or very useful ways of describing essentially an internal process of realization about the relationship between the internal locus of control and the external narrative, as it were, and the external water, and the water that you have to kind of disassociate yourself from, as it were, as being the water of the sea versus the water of the pure water and the clean teaching, as it were, and the clean metaphor, and what is the transparent metaphor and what is the tainted metaphor, and that so having that kind of ambiguity where you don't exactly know if this is talking about the water, or if this is specifically talking about the blood, perhaps. And it's also problematic because all of these witnesses are interrelated in terms of, or are potentially interrelated in the aspect of their reducibility, that you can reduce the one to the other, but you just have to know the apex is the spirit, that is the most fundamental. So in some sense you can always relate it to the spirit and reduce it into the spirit, but if it's actually talking about the perspective of the blood, or it's talking about the perspective of the water, that's going to have a more particular sort of spin attached to it, as it were. But anyway, maybe I should just read Revelations again and see if I've made any further progress. But anyway, Anyway. Okay, I mean, this is a quite strange place to sort of add this weird sort of addendum, but I was recently had a discussion with somebody where someone who is part of a community which is very much plugged into John Vervaeke's, sort of thinking about psychology and sort of collating those models of psychology into something sort of workable. And in some sense, I think, well, it serves my purpose as being somewhat of a decent compendium of a kind of checklist as to, well, these are pretty, it comes from a cogent source perhaps, but essentially is just I'm using it as an outside reference to make sure that I've got sort of all my bases covered, as it were. And, it just helps me sort of have a separate descriptive mass that I can sort of see how these things interface in my theory, or where they crop up in my theory, where they reside in my theory. And it just gives me kind of a loose checklist to make sure that I've got an alternative explanation, or essentially that I've got a full explanation of psychology or psycho. And it's interesting because they have almost very similar numbered type of things that I have, but in some sense it really brings home for me the idea that it gives me the confidence, as it were, to elevate certain structures that my model kind of already contains, and to talk about them as a separate subheading, essentially. So, I mean, the numbers in my theory are that essentially there are four sides of the mind. There is something like an ontological flow, and then there is something that I call a kind of epistemological kind of subjective reference system that sort of is projected, but essentially how that sort of perspective is kind of that meta sort of cognitive perspective, and the dynamics of that, which is the complexity of psychology, which makes it all very hard. But essentially, that is basically, I think, comprised of these two circuits. Essentially, that the subconscious and the ego are in a circuit, and the unconscious and the superego are in another circuit. And this perhaps relates to what sort of Jordan Peterson has even kind of speculated about, that the one is, I guess, could be in combination, could be considered the imaginary, in terms of the ego and the subconscious together kind of give you that capacity of having an imagination. And perhaps I've always related the superego to the id, potentially, but the superego has this really strange relationship to the unconscious, because although that I've said that these things are two separate circuits, they really work quite differently, because the subconscious and the ego are wired into each other on both sides, whereas the unconscious and the superego have a one-way flow, where the superego, it's very asymmetrical in some sense. So they are their own separate circuits, but they kind of, on the ego side, they don't link up anywhere. They just kind of reach a kind of terminal point. And that is also what creates, in some sense, the basic, well, the major structure, where sort of essentially the ego needs some resolution as well, but essentially that the ego needs to integrate with the shadow, which is probably how Jung would have described it, but essentially that the ego and the unconscious side of the mind. Sorry, what I've just said now is probably hard to follow, because I've just kind of messed up my own kind of thing there. But what's worth to note essentially is that the unconscious and the superego, in terms of their asymmetrical connection, the wiring of these circuits, of these two circuits, what I've now roughly referred to as the id and the imaginary, or whatever, hopefully I'm borrowing that term somewhat correctly, is that the connection of the unconscious, when it reaches its terminal point, that wiring that isn't connected on the other side, from the unconscious to the superego, has its wires exposed, as it were, in the ego. because essentially how these circuits operate is they have an overlap with the other sides of the mind. So, for example, the circuit of the imaginary, of the subconscious and the ego, that wiring of connection is happening within the superego and within the unconscious in terms of where they are connected, sort of where the conduit of connection of how the subconscious is connecting up with the unconscious. It's going through the unconscious and it's going through the subconscious in a certain particular place, because anyway. So anyway, when the unconscious is not hooked up to the superego, it's sort of that conduit that is dislocated or not connected with the superego is reaching its terminal point within the ego, which is why the ego is in this very sort of, has this double awareness where it has this kind of mechanical propensity, or this where it has, this is why the ego has agency within it in some sense. I do think that although the agency of the ego is somewhat prerequisitely connected to the state of the subconscious, and why the development of the subconscious is so important, but essentially where the engine of agency or self-determinism, or being able to think up new, the ego is really the engine of the primary agent of change, and in some sense the corruption in the ego then is one of the greatest sort of perennial developmental obstacles or challenges. But anyway, I just wanted to elevate then that it's probably more fluid to talk about these two things, to talk about something like the id and the imaginary, or something like that, being made. So these two circuits, which I've already covered and talked about, but essentially that sort of creating a more explicit phenomenological sort of container, which basically, so John Viveki's Discord channel, sort of that have been some people on there, Emmanuel, Mark, I don't know, I'm very bad with pronouncing people's names. Lefebvre, maybe. Anyway, I'm not sure if that's but what is the name of the Discord channel? It's Awakening from the Meaning Crisis Discord channel. So it's those people that have sort of tried to compile this sort of compendium, or of how kind of knowledge works. I mean, I mean, in some sense, I think that my models of the mind are much more delicate and precise and sophisticated, and have much more mechanisms, because they're also very complicated mechanisms in terms of how metagram circuitry essentially relates to the id, or to the unconscious side of the mind. And anyway, this is one way of essentially making the complexity of someone's psyche palatable. Anyway, okay, so I just wanted to make that point and then say further things about the water. So, I mean, I was literally listening to Paul van der Klee say some things, or he was beginning to answer a question about what is the soul, and then that was connected with psyche, and I don't actually know what his answer is going to go on to say, but he was saying that the soul is something like your story in the mind of God, or something like that. But or he was saying that that's what he would have said a year ago, so he's maybe going to say something slightly differently. But the point that I wanted to raise, and I'm trying to recapitulate this because I made this voice note last night that sort of went into this, which was just sort of creating a better sort of conclusion as to what exactly the water is. And what was that conclusion? Yeah, so I mean, I think that the water is something like the culture of your mental behavior or operation in a kind of habitual, in some sense, it manifests as a kind of habitual way of operating or a habitual way of interpreting the world or something like that, a kind of codex or something like that. That's kind of how it operates as a kind of in the paradigm or through the lens of behaviorism, but uh, what it is sort of more fundamentally is I mean, yeah, I guess I can dovetail this with John Vivek. He's talking about, and Mark was talking to me about this. Sort of. I might butcher some of this, or whatever, but the distinction between looking at something and looking through something, and that when you know the difference between looking at something and looking through something, that you're always looking through something, then you can take your glasses off your face and you can sort of clean up the smudge on your glasses, not to throw them away, but to put them back on your face and look through them again, and then sort of see if what you're seeing is still kind of how transparent that co-created perspective is in using essentially the glasses as a metaphor for the culture of how you're looking through things to see the world. And the thing that you're always looking through is essentially the water. And so if you're going to look through different things and other people are looking through different things, there is essentially, at some point, you have to bootstrap yourself into being a selector of lenses or a selector of looking through things to see the world. And you do have to eventually get to the point where you are walking on water, in the sense that you are choosing the way that you are interfacing with the soul of your experience, as it were. That essentially the soul is the style of your soul, the way that your soul is being operated, is in some sense inverse to how you're choosing to look through things to see the world. Is essentially your filter or interface of and so in some sense walking on water would mean that you can actually exchange these things, or you can refine or replace or anyway. So and the water has this ability that you can radically revise how you are looking through at the world. Um, And I mean, I think that this also relates to essentially sort of the ironic attachment to these things. You have to sort of be ironically attached to the water, because at the end of the day, it's still a kind of metaphor. It's just meant to sort of carry your spirit or carry your purpose, as it were. And in some sense, the important thing is that the filter is not meant to obscure your vision. It's meant to facilitate um, the primary sort of kernel of your heading or directionality or purpose, which is in some sense not in the water, but using the water as a conduit, as a medium of travel or something like that. So the best that it can do is sort of be transparent. It's not meant to sort of even necessarily be conducive. It's just meant to kind of create an honest translation in terms of using it as a as a medium of spiritual understanding to be expressed therein. So, it's as if you're making a hologram out of water that sort of can retain or hold a broad field of view, or is in some small case has enough integrity to sort of not allow for any sort of disturbance of being obscured, and in some sense, because we always need a water reference system when we're dealing with anything, it in some sense it just has to kind of be good enough, because it's never going to be contextually perfect, as it were. And so, it can be fluidly revised and also modulated, but also sort of hooked up with other things and sort of recontextualized, and this is related to the sin that is not unto death, essentially. Yeah, sorry, this is getting so complicated, but see, it is such a complicated topic that it's hard to kind of exhaustively cover all the bases of it, but because essentially it's a kind of this was not the point that I think I was wanting to add. Just trying to think what the novel sort of point was, is that I guess I was going to talk more personally about, because essentially the water is a bit strange for me because it is my superego child function, which has this very strange paradox in my view. And anyway, so this is the thing that I wanted to add, actually. Maybe what I just went into was another bad rendition of trying to explain the complexity of all this kind of stuff, because essentially what it does get into is almost you do confront the problem of culture to some degree, because in some sense, there will be a sort of a great tendency to sort of conjoin your water into the crests and the trough of the turbulent seas of the world, as it were, to just kind of have your water merged and melded with, sort of this kind of seemingly fluid chaos, which is actually a kind of inert, you have this body of salt water which is essentially moving constantly, but the movement is so sort of monotonous and repetitive, and that essentially it's just a container for it's containing forces that are acting on it, from quite a distance. It's just being acted on by the moon and by the season. So the water is almost just is a sponge for the external conditionality that it's experiencing as a collective body, but it's just a kind of a uniform kind of death, or a uniform kind of non-independent sort of actor, in terms of it doesn't have a kind of independent agency. It's just a kind of anyway. But it looks like it's alive because it's being acted upon as a kind of anyway. So the metaphor is interesting, but never mind. I could probably get more work out of it, but anyway, never mind. So I was just going to say that that I was speculating as to some therapy things, that essentially the problem with the false ego complex is that even if it might be unsustainable, as it were, it might be unsustainable to be resurrected from the crucifixion. And I think that essentially you have to develop the kind of realization that it doesn't matter on which side you're on, in terms of that if you're anticipating the crucifixion, because if you're anticipating the crucifixion, you are you're subject to sin to a large degree, and in some sense you just have to know that when you are being crucified, that in some sense that you deserve it, that you are actually taking on the sins of the world. You're actually bootstrapping it onto yourself, and then even as you don't experience the child function of the superego, in fact, you have to you're still in your grave waiting to be resurrected. And on the day of resurrection, as it were, after 3 days in the grave, you're going to be reborn or resurrected in terms of the New Jerusalem, in terms of the dominant function of the superego. And that dominant function is essentially going to require its own attention and focus. And then retrospectively, the life of the sin and the life of the superego's death, as it were, is going to be retrospectively operated or actualized. And the child function of the superego is going to be revivified in some sense. And you're going to that because it's that paradoxical weight of the superego's child function that makes it what can I even say? Because if the inferior function has not been crucified yet, but it's anticipating crucifixion, that basically means that you're in the shadow of the superego's child function. The sin has not yet been paid for, as it were, because the crucifixion hasn't actually the inferior function hasn't been taken and actually digested by the world, or been scapegoated, essentially. So and essentially the scapegoating is essentially operated by the dimension of psychological reality that corresponds to the sin of the ego, which is also the death of the superego. So that is the state of conditioning, that is the state of the worldly condition, as it were. And that is really the problem, is that if the inferior function has not yet integrated with the sin and given it life, as it were, because it's anticipating crucifixion, essentially it's already been warded. It's been warned, and there's a kind of warding that the child function of the superego has basically said, you can't meet the standard, or this is quite a high ideal, and you're going to be found wanting. There's a pristine static image of the child function, which is the kind of the sympathetic knowledge of good that is correspondent to essentially the condition of the knowledge of evil, which the superego's death, which is also the sin's, the ego's sin, which is the same thing. Which is, I think that is the I mean, I've called it also sort of the terminal beast, as it were, because it's the overarching problem, as it were, is the death of the superego. Yeah. The better way of describing this has to do with it's the problem of time, really. It's temporality that is the problem here, because when you still have the opportunity to, in the immediate moment, operate the dimension that corresponds to the death, then the sin has not yet fallen, and in some sense perhaps the sin can be averted. Now, I do think that the general solution in terms of stable integration and stable self-actualization is that this all has to eventually become some kind of solid state. So I'm trying to show how these different permutations or these different cases all have to resolve into the same static general operation, as it were, which is essentially something like the new personality, culminates into the new personality. So one of the permutations is essentially that if you're in the essentially each dimension of psychological reality as it corresponds to each of these roles uh, is going to have to conform to that same static state general solution. So so essentially the apex of the problem is that generally everything in the false ego complex culminates in the inferior function. So you have to do, that's a lot of prerequisite work. You have to do a lot of internal integration of, what I've already described I've chided myself for using bad terminology here, but I used to call it perfecting the vanity, and I think tempering the vanity. So, in terms of tempering the vanity of each side of the mind, then you're going to have a proper integration into the inferior function of the ego. Once the inferior function of the ego is properly integrated with the sides of the mind, now you have the problem of the inferior function is that it's awaiting crucifixion. So in the moment in which the child function, but more proximately the death itself, is not being operated in the moment, you're in the psychological frame of reference that the death cannot be operated in some sense, because you're already provoking, you're already in a kind of fear of the superego's child function. You're already in the fear of judgment, of falling foul of the standard, the ideal, the paradoxical ideal which the child function is in, and therefore the inferior function is in a kind of argumentative, worldly argument where it's trying to say, no, 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 don't blame me for the sins of the world. Whereas if you reach through the technology of the crucifixion, you reach the static state by saying, no, 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 I'm waiting. You can crucify. I will. I'm not going to say you can crucify me, but I'm going to be silently accepting of the crucifixion. I'm not explicitly welcoming it, but I'm prepared and fully prepared to be silent and to take it, as it were. So you have a kind of there's a kind of stoicism, essentially, about the accusation of the world. So you are immune to being discombobulated within your own internal resources. If I can just, anyway, I don't want to elaborate. It's going to sidetrack me too much. So then you have the next moment, which is the actual sin itself, which is again an image of an ideal in the superego child function, which you have fallen foul of in some sense. So the sin or the death of the superego, the sin of the ego, is essentially that you've done wrong, the accusation of the world that you have done wrong. And or in some sense that if you argue with, then you're just sort of deferring the sin onto your environment. You're just saying, no, 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 the environment caused the sin. I didn't cause the sin. It's a kind of co-created sin. So it doesn't, there's a kind of there's an intrinsic sort of joint and severable liability anyway, in some sense, which is, this is all a kind of procedural manifestation of what the nature of the superego itself is, that essentially that this is the natural, just because of framing reality in some chain reaction, this is what it fundamentally amounts to. And it's not the ego's fault in some sense. It inherited this from, well, it's not the inferior function's fault of the ego. It's certainly not the inferior function's fault of the ego, but it is primarily the fault of the parent function of the ego, which is essentially something like the Whore of Babylon. But anyway, let me not again get sidetracked. So you have to bootstrap responsibility for that in terms of the inferior function. Now, you can't deal with the child function and the death of the superego or the sin of the ego, you can't actually confront that. You have to confront it retrospectively from the position of the dominant function of the superego. So that is the day on which you get resurrected. So you were dead on the day of the child function of the superego, and you were dead on the day of you died to the sin of the world, as it were, and you waited in your grave to be resurrected. But after you are resurrected, then retrospectively or retroactively, you give life to both of those things. And so it's through the operation of the dominant function of the superego which simultaneously operates the resolution or the reconciliation in that of a living, viable life of the superego and the redeemed child function, or at least but a new standard in some sense, a new value. And in some sense, when you find that new value, when I say new, I mean it's slightly hard to describe, because in some sense that new value was always there. It was just being disguised or overlooked, so it kind of gets salvaged. It comes out of the world, or it is the precipitate of the spirit of man. It comes out of the world, and so it's distinct from it, and in some sense it was always alien to the world, but it's found amongst the weeds, as it were. It is the Son of Man. That is almost, sort of alchemically precipitated or sort of transmuted from the spirit of man. Anyway, I mean, there are lots of sort of technical ways that you could try to describe it, but anyways, that's probably a pretty bad description that I just made. But anyway, so basically, it's in the New Jerusalem that those things get fixed. And I mean, I was always, it talks about the tree of life and those sorts of things. And I think that the tree of life is essentially becomes the parent function of the, it says, the leaves of the tree of life will be the healing of the nations. And, those leaves of the tree of life are again, sort of they're still on a higher level than the New Jerusalem, because essentially the dominant function is the New Jerusalem and the parent function is the tree of life. But it's quite far removed from the actual problem, because the actual proximate problem is the child function in the superego, is actually the real problem of how to work out how to manage that. But sort of I mean, I would even argue that this was slightly disguised from me in the book of Revelations, because it doesn't sort of talk about this explicitly in some sense, or it doesn't talk about this in the same place as this when it talks about the healing of the nations. Because I mean, it's not really helpful to heal nations when you are dealing with essentially what is the false prophet, and trying to find where to put the false prophet and how to lead captivity captive. And and so this stuff that I'm dealing with is all the lake of fire stuff, and the sort of putting Satan, letting loose Satan for 1,000 years, and then the anyway. So it's sort of I would slightly complain that it's it would have been more useful to put something a bit more descriptive, a bit more detailed, sort of before talking about healing the nations. But in some sense, I mean, it might be a useful and necessary sort of. In some sense, the order might be in terms of the phenomenological sort of induction into developing it yourself, as opposed to actually sort of holding your hand and walking you through it. Anyway, let me not speculate on that. But the annoying thing essentially is that you need to essentially work out salvation in more than one tense. You have to work it out. In some sense, it's very easy once you're in the position of the New Jerusalem. It's very easy. But you have to kind of work out that there's going to be a psychological moment when you are still anticipating the crucifixion, and you have to have this kind of the trust in the resurrection, as it were. But that, I mean, as a phenomenological sort of technology that's part of the crucifixion, which, I mean, I guess it's slightly obscure to some people, unless you actually read the scripture where it says, that you have to die daily, that that you have to be a consistently crucifying mind, that your mind is working this technology, as it were. Anyway, there was an important point which I still haven't properly recapitulated in what I was saying, which was I've butchered this horribly, but that the child function of the superego is kind of pegging things to be at a certain standard, and it in some sense this is a necessary sort of feature and structure, because sort of the most prerequisite value that the whole false ego complex and that your whole psychology is centered around is some ideal, some image, and it is that image that has actually imprinted on some kind of trauma as well. So it's like, that this is the general solution to life, or this is the general, in some sense, perhaps I'm being a bit too sloppy here. I need to think about this more carefully. But it's creating an impossible standard, because it's in that impossible standard that the parent function of the ego can essentially play its game of sort of trying to concoct its own rubric of growing up into its own form of adulthood, where it's adulterating itself in the room given to it, in that it has already fallen short of the superego's child function. And something like the narcissist has tried to find a jerry-rigged way of channeling the power of the superego's child function, but at the cost essentially of their subconscious. There's sort of no coherence within their subconscious. It sort of has to bear the weight of the cognitive dissonance, to being able to sort of import from the superego into the unconscious, and to sort of try to attach that power to their kind of their avatar of themselves, within their seeing themselves from a third person perspective. And so their whole sort of imaginary circuit is just kind of broken, So like half of their mind is just kind of but I mean, proximately the problem is in their subconscious. What's quite interesting is that the superego, the borderline personality disordered person is using their their ego more effectively, and they're also perhaps even using their subconscious in a more concerted program. In some sense, I think the borderline has actually got a balance of pathology between both circuits that are kind of both helping delude the other part of the other circuit that is, so it's kind of like a tandem, it's a tag team between a pathological structure within the imaginary and a pathological structure within the id, which is sort of, they're both, one hand washes the other, essentially. Anyway, and in some sense, the only way that they can sort of get away with this is if they are creating true believers to sort of plug into the sort of the menagerie that they are constantly constructing. And in some sense, it's supported by the idea that they can actually at will create a kind of contiguous subconscious performance which gets unconsciously validated in terms of the participatory realm, the third person perspective, that it has, that they are sort of importing continuity in terms of the participatory paradigm, and they are using that as a kind of subconscious integrity. So it doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense and it's incoherent, so long as it kind of persists within the participatory unconscious realm. That is how they have sourced integrity or fidelity or whatever. That's how they have defined integrity subconsciously. And therefore they can kind of change their, the identity dysregulation, essentially, the chimeric carnival of radically sort of selectively reconstructing a kind of a unit of accountability or responsibility or agency in some sense. And then because they are always in a meta-cognitive way kind of reconstructing that unit, at the same time they are confecting a participatory lens or framework in which that they can sort of redistribute accountability and blame, because they have the power to relabel and reconstitute their own sort of subconscious container of agency or something like that. So they have this kind of semantic power to just unilaterally label and dictate. In some sense, they hold the key of continuity, and in some sense, this is a natural power that the psyche has. This is a natural power that psychology has in some sense, but they're using it essentially in an infernally monotonous, they're using it to play a kind of Ponzi scheme, to play a kind of shell game of pass the buck and sort of externalize blame. And so, they're using what is, in some sense, quite a deep and natural ability that people have within having self-mastery and having a kind of internal access to how to organize and structure internal psychological structures. But they are essentially doing it to perform a kind of intellectual bad faith, because it's psychologically, it's sociologically beneficial if they can get away with it. It's kind of, it's aggrandizing, or it's sort of it's a way to impose power or to control or manipulate. So it's a kind of, it's a successful sort of strategy. And it probably also relates to sort of coping with something to do with the. Yeah. So I'm starting to I think I'm starting to redefine or look at people differently in terms of seeing how even the most psychologically sort of psychopathological person is going to essentially be centered around their superego child function. The strange thing in some sense is probably that the borderline is enlisting their superego's dominant function in quite a kind of overt way, in quite a self-conscious way, in terms of confabulating the kinds of cognitive dissonance that they can do so in order to kind of manipulate the unconscious participatory paradigm. So, and that's why I often refer to borderlines as sort of chess-playing demons, because in some sense they even have a view as to the technology of the crucifixion. They're just kind of running it the opposite. They're not running it. They are simulating something like the crucifixion, which is why also a lot of their dramatization is about sort of, being a sacred victim and garnering sympathy. And so in some sense they are kind of creating a collective crucifixion, or a, they're using some kind of concept, or they're using some kind of trope, or some kind of, they're using either an identity, or they're using a kind of a stereotypical, sort of idea that already exists within people's minds, and they're just trying to trigger that and saying, look, I represent this in this trope, in this stereotype, and you're already familiar with this kind of worldly operation, or this worldly but in some sense they're doing that in that they want to share with other people their superego child function, but they're going through the motion of their superego dominant function, and they're actually operating their superego dominant function in bad faith, and they're actually messing up their own superego dominant function so that they can sort of permeate the right kind of performative cognitive dissonance that then other people have to absorb the blame thereof, so that they can compel a kind of social manipulation. And so there's an egoic parent function that is essentially contriving to use the inferior function of the ego as a kind of puppet or a pawn to essentially simulate the crucifixion, but just to get enough insight, to import enough insight from the superego, from the superego's dominant function. So I mean, the ego's inferior function is really being a complete sort of double agent, or not even a double agent, not a dead spy, because you get double agents which actually end up betraying both sides, or maybe they do actually probably get into that. That's probably what causes a general breakdown, or a general sort of complete collapse, and then kind of remanifestation. So that's probably sort of the psychological conundrum and problem and sort of perennial quandary of the borderline, is that the inferior function is essentially, firstly, is a stable double agent, and then eventually sort of becomes a dead spy. So I'm using a term from The Art of War, Sun Tzu, with I think that's where the first definition of what a dead spy is. But essentially, a dead spy is someone who double crosses both sides, because one side knows that they're a double agent explicitly, and they know that they're a double agent. The dead spy himself knows that one of the sides know that they're a double agent, and then they have to kind of run a differential they get into a kind of ideological paradox, where they know that one of their sides knows that there's no way to know if the dead spy is acting in good faith or not. And essentially then there's a kind of endemic bad faith which becomes materialized, and it can't be. So, I mean, essentially, this is the curse of abusing the technology of the crucifixion, I think, is generally what borderline personality could be considered to be. It's running witchcraft on the technology of the crucifixion. It's almost as if instead of the gift of prophecy, you have the gift of social manipulation and control, and you're running it. Um, and then there are all these other people that are, in some sense, helping you do that because they get to invent the double standard, so they get to invent the rationalization um, that becomes helpful in disguising the sort of the endemic bad faith, as it were. And and this is what sort of kills civilizations, and this is what makes it's kind of like, I mean, I think that my explanations are slightly more complicated, but a lot of this stuff is somewhat anticipated and explored by Pere Girard's mimetic desire, and essentially how you get into a kind of into the zenith or into the nadir of spiraling out of control into a kind of complete sort of cultural psychological kind of collapse, that you and to try to wind up a new thing, and essentially it is because there are these people in our population which are, I mean, if I can just put it crudely like this, I mean, this is why there was perhaps a legitimate psychiatric or psychological impetus to removing people from the population, putting them into psychiatric wards or hysteriums, or I can't remember what they're called, but because they do have a deleterious effect on culture and on the general health of psychology at large. Now, I don't actually believe that that is a stable solution. I think that one of the overarching points of the historical progress, of moral progress, and also of, in some sense, you could say, the spiritual evolution which Christianity is meant to sort of cultivate, perhaps, if you have faith in such things, that part of the point of this is for us to get to the state where we're no longer trying to short circuit this evil, but we have to confront it directly in people's personal lives, as it were. That we need to develop people who are robust enough that they can defend against this kind of stuff, not by, let's say, the illegitimate sort of compromising with this evil by essentially having to combat social manipulation and control with a kind of social manipulation and control of, sort of locking people up and keeping them from destroying things. We need to sort of be able to have structures that have the integrity that they can actually defend themselves, essentially. And if they're not capable of defending themselves, and they're not capable of, they somewhat don't deserve to live, as it were, or perhaps, in some sense, I'm somewhat drawing some indirect inspiration from the first death and the second death, and those things that don't survive the first death. Anyway, let me not get around too far afield and make too many connections, but yeah, I mean, anyway, I do think religion is all about psychology, but anyway, did I get so yeah, the biggest issue of my problem, as it were, is just in the is just that if you're looking at things from the perspective through the lens of the inferior function, which at some point, you can't just ignore a dimension of psychological reality. So you're going to process things through your four sides of the mind that are going to culminate in the inferior function. And you have to be willing to kind of transpose that into anticipating and not resisting the crucifixion, and in some sense knowing that the New Jerusalem is going to be able to process these things and retrospectively uncover and redeem, as it were, the superego child function, and also provide a static, solid state actualization of the death, as it were, or the former death, or the redeemed sin, as it were. And that redemption is not shared with the world. That redemption is a spiritual life, as it were, and a spiritual redemption which the world cannot receive. People have been mixing the things of God with the things of the world, and especially in their ideological vicarious redemption and all this kind of really disgusting ideological stuff. This ideological translation of the doctrine of Christ into some kind of worldly prophecy about some worldly event, or some kind of, sort of external narrative of control that you can find a ticket to some kind of collective destiny sort of solution therein. Anyway. Okay, I mean, I probably shouldn't be doing this in this recording, but I'm going to do it anyway, I guess. So I mean, just because I've just been discussing borderline like that, it just occurred to me that under this current sort of construct, you can perhaps get a deeper description of a cerebral histrionic, or perhaps that there are perhaps a few variants of cerebral histrionic. In terms of that, I just want to slightly revise what I said about borderline, that perhaps the borderline does have this dead spy of an egoic inferior function inside of them, but in some sense that sort of you probably get some variants of different species of borderline personality disorder that has to do with how they deal with the stress of managing the dead spy, as it were, and that most borderlines effectively are the spy manager. They don't care about the dead spy themselves, and how callous they are or sensitive they are to the dead spy somewhat correlates to perhaps how sort of how either naive or nescient or sort of overt bad faith they have sort of cemented themselves into the kind of the borderline operating structure. But I just wanted to say that this then, so essentially I think that the borderline generally is centered around the ego's parent function, having this kind of internal solipsistic codependency with the superego, sending the ego's inferior function to be the go-between, sort of being the Prometheus, kind of stealing the fire from the gods and bringing it back, and sharing it with the parent, with the parent function of the ego. Because that fire allows a kind of social manipulation over the unconscious side of the mind, so long as that their ego can sort of be insulated, or let's say not psychologically challenged, as it were. So the structure that they have within the ego, so long as it's considered normal, or it can kind of get a pass within society if people tolerate it, or if they actually know that sort of there's something quite irregular about this, and in some sense it ends up sort of tainting other people, because in some sense it's there to kind of create a monopoly over the unconscious side of the mind, over the participatory realm. But essentially then they can actively configure and manipulate, and almost like a chess playing demon, they can engineer the kind of unconscious side of the mind that they so wish. Now, I think that the reason why so I wanted to clear that up, that I think that essentially, although the borderline has this dead spy of an inferior function inside of them, they're not really sensitive to it. They're usually callous about the dead spy, as it were, and they are just operating it as a spy manager, and they are dealing with the stress of having a dead spy in some sense constantly. But I think that there is another psychological construct which perhaps relates to the cerebral histrionic, in which there are perhaps different species of cerebral histrionic. And one of the species perhaps are, and this is perhaps too complicated for me to fully elaborate in what I'm talking about now, but essentially that perhaps the cerebral histrionic is centered around essentially identifying as the dead spy, that they are playing for team ego. They don't care to integrate the ego with the ego with the superego, and they, in some sense, they are one of Prometheus' helpers trying to steal the fire of the gods and give it to humans and give it to egos. And so they have sort of grown up under the tutelage of a borderline, or they have some kind of general awareness or intuitive impression, or kind of they've been imprinted on in terms of their unconscious side of the mind. They are used to being culturally organized by a kind of borderline sort of project, and they are going to be a helpful person in maintaining that organizational form within the participatory realm. And in some sense, they've perhaps also believed that this is what it means to be an intellectual, that this is the sort of to have a successful skirmish and to steal the might of the child function of the superego and steal that power and deliver it to the ego, or something like that. Or to create a kind of a consensus of some kind of sympathy extraction, sort of ideological proposition within the ego. And so I think you have uh, so I think that you have different kinds of cerebral histrionics, and perhaps some of them don't even relate to this thing of the dead spy. But I think that that is almost the perfect example of someone who could be a fascist, who could be a proto-fascist, who believes in some grand narrative or some ideological Unitarian vision that has to sort of be plugged into on a sociological level. And so they are just adding their reductive rationalization to the mass of in assuring that there is some kind of, in some sense, they don't believe in substantiation, but they do believe in some sense that um, that arguments must be answered or something like that, and that as long as that they can lend their voice to a chorus of argumentation, that then there is something that must be awarded, or there is some consolation that must be granted, some universal sympathy that must be engineered, and that everyone must be forced to sort of bend the knee to, or something like that, some grand narrative to be part of the collection of bolster bolstering. But let me think. What? So these dead spies. I mean, I'm imagining someone who essentially these people who are emotionally connected to to this general project, that they are one of the fascists, as it were, but they are that you sort of get the emotional cerebral histrionic, perhaps, where their subconscious is dependent on being organized by a participatory culture or by an organizational ideology or something like that. And so they have to graft themselves into sort of the egoic, um, in some sense, they at least are planning to be self consistent, that if they are going to need this to graft their psyche around, that they're going to be part of essentially being part of the psychological economy that sort of perpetuates it, or that instantiates it. And so that they're going to sort of they really need this collective psychological entity. They need to be a part of a hive mind, or a kind of, they need to be plugged in. Um, their subconscious is addicted to this kind of codependency, and to be granted a kind of label within the participatory realm or something like that. And their ego is so hinged on essentially, in some sense, identifying themselves as egoically that they are the dead spy predominantly, but they don't want to have their own parent function sort of call the shots. They would prefer, and this might also be a natural. I haven't done the clerical work of checking up on this. If the emergent response's emotional tones include the inferior function, or if it only includes the dominant function and the parent function. But if it also includes the inferior function, there might be some people who, in some sense, have the gift of being inferior function focused in terms of their ego. Their ego inferior function is raised, is elevated to something that they're, in some sense, they have a natural propensity to be disinclined towards their parent function and their dominant function in their ego, and they're more focused on their inferior function potentially. Um, but then they squander that on essentially still wanting to prove some general fealty to the concept of the ego, but they just want to do this kind of vicariously, or with sort of being codependent with other people's egos, which requires a kind of participatory glue of a shared ideology, or a shared kind of fatalism, or a collective destiny, or something like that. Or again, that might just be just the general perennial sort of lowest common denominator sort of manifestation of people homogenizing with the argument of the world, is sort of already slotting themselves into a kind of stable lowest common denominator state, because then they, at least then they can identify themselves as being a kind of crystalline, concretized, stable structure that you can't go any lower, and therefore you can try to herald your permanence as a kind of as a kind of as a as the proof of some virtue, or the symbolic token of some virtue, or something like that. Um, uh, anyway, so I'm talking a lot of strange things. But anyway, so I think that what these people, so you get people who are cerebral histrionics that are, let's say, they are cerebral histrionics out of a kind of emotional necessity, and then you get other cerebral histrionics who, in some sense, I think are doing so opportunistically, and have a much more sort of intellectual bad faith, that their subconscious isn't addicted to this. Their subconscious has just developed a kind of proclivity towards the stable social arrangement, as it were, that they would rather be wielding a pitchfork than being on the receiving end of it. So they join the bandwagon because everybody else is doing it, and it's just essentially they go along for the ride because it's in vogue, it's fashionable, it's the fad and the craze is on. And these people are essentially just, sort of uh, the flotsam and the jetsam of sort of the general sort of how did uh, I was listening to someone, man, I can't remember his name, who was quoting a book. Michael Malice was quoting a book where he said, there are some people that we generally have this throng in our society, which is just a kind of the general ballast, which is always going from one craze to another craze, from one crazy idea to another crazy idea, and in some sense, their fickle allegiance has never amounted to much. It's always been sort of the stable elites, or intellectual elites that really sort of shape the course of where we go towards. But essentially, there's always been a throng of essentially ignorant people that have radically switched their views and their allegiances, and their just going from one craze and one fad to the next. Um, anyway, I was just trying to sort of echo that. that there is this perennial developmental obstacle within the psyche, and people not wanting to sort of jump that hurdle or graduate from that developmental challenge, then just end up precipitating a stable culture that at least dresses them in a kind of dignity which they don't really deserve, where they want to be given some kind of infantilism, but then also they want that infantilism to come with a culture that labels them as being virtuous or brave or sophisticated or something like that. You know, that sort of they want to be infantilized, but they also want to be told that how responsible they are and how, you know, sort of self-determined they are, and how much agency they have, and how smart and clever they are. You know, and they want to kind of they want a flattery along with their with their demands for a particular kind of infantilization, which is, you know, it's an interesting thing, because I mean that's the sort of the general cultural crux of the weakness of internal self consistency, as it were. So, you know, if you're not actually orientated towards self actualization, then you are looking for some kind of, what you call it, opium, I guess, some kind of, and that opium comes in the form of a kind of culture where you can essentially, you know, because it doesn't, in some sense, it's the people who want to substitute actually believing in their own labeling system, actually having an own internally justifiable, substantiated view of their own worldview. They want to substitute that with being treated a certain way, with certain superficial decoration, with certain languaging that is applied to them, even if they can't retain what the meaning of that language means. It, like, you know, the words don't actually, they're not grounded within their own understanding. They don't hold on to their own they're completely untethered, and they just want to sort of be abducted by a kind of ideological sky father that they can tether themselves to and plug themselves into and be a part of some collective destiny and get a ticket to the, you know, to some kind of collective virtue, or something like that, rather than it being a participatory culture of an actual active engagement. Anyway, sorry, I'm going off on tangents, but, you know, it's interesting, because I mean, this is, in some sense, it's hard then to diagnose. I mean, I call these people cerebral histrionics, but, you know, what they really are is sort of failed moral entities. They have malformed morality and a malformed moral view and perspective, and that is tending them towards a kind of a false coping mechanism or a false crutch for their own sort of malformed moral um, you know, so in some sense they're stuck in the paradox where it's like they really think that if they can get away with a participatory label, that they can compel other people to use in relation to them, then they can actually own that label or something like that, even though it's not contained in their own understanding. When these people, these cerebral histrionics in particular, are addicted to this kind of reductive nonsense where they just want a false reduction so that they can make stable arguments and that they can use skeptical tricks to sort of drown out other people and to sort of get their labels to stick and their worldly arguments to sort of seemingly have a kind of edge that they don't really have without some reliance on some false authority, which is essentially, you know, pulling the wool over people's eyes and essentially incepting them into a grand narrative or into an ideological sort of false reduction, which they never actually had to contextually implant or negotiate into a shared context or something like that. They don't want to be able, they don't want to fairly play games with people. They want to be able to say, well, my game is essentially, you have to be sympathetically drawn into playing my game, and I can compel you through sympathy to play my game, and you must answer my game, and I'm the essentially the representative of both sort of the game master and now you have to use my labeling system because you're already playing my game or something like that. And I'm sensitive to sort of the skeptical, paradoxical flipping of the script and saying, but aren't I doing that? Aren't I doing that? And it's like, yeah, you can always lay that accusation and that argument. I mean, it's just, and what's the alternative? Is that we don't have any shared context, that we can only refer to objective context or something like that. I mean, I'm not saying that you have to agree with me, but I don't think that there's an alternative, cogent, or coherent perspective, and I certainly haven't heard one. Um, but simply being able to sort of reduce this into a cultural game of essentially, um, at least my format is in the of worldview is in the behavior of making offers to people to engage in discourse, as it were, and negotiating that in some kind of convincing way or something like that. Which also means that, yes, you can't compel everyone to agree with you. You're just going to have to say that, well, if other people are reticent or they don't want it or something like that, that yes, I mean, we have to sort of tolerate the intolerance of others. Uh, but I mean, obviously, the problem is that these people and the kind of argumentation that they have, they are in fact a kind of danger because they escalate into essentially a kind of totalitarian claim. Although my seemingly mirror totalitarian claim is simply that if other people don't want to coordinate with you, just essentially uh, operate around them, avoid them, as it were. Obviously, if they're going to make themselves sort of in your face, and there's, I mean, this is also why law exists in some senses, because without a common conception of justice and common basic standards that also facilitate the entrenchment of, let's say, liberal consciousness and liberal self self determinism and accountability, then you really are in a state in which sort of, I mean, and you can see how leftism and socialism and all these sorts of things have a kind of psychological edge to them and a kind of cerebral histrionic sort of tendency in them that they are sort of placating or facilitating. Anyway, so you can say, a lot of these leftists or whatever, they have sort of mommy issues or they have issues with the borderline personality disordered trope, which they have sort of imprinted on and they are the dead spy thereof, or they just want to be part of a club in which they are given some sort of automatic dignity or integrity, some sort of bootstrapped, sort of label, sociologically controlled and dispensed label that is guaranteed to them by some sort of external false authority, which then they can essentially use to congregate around as a kind of sort of pseudo Unitarian secular religion, which sort of replaces the concept of divinity with a kind of ability or power to have an orthodoxy that can be sociologically enforced and in some sense where you can force people to comply with it and you can imagine that they therefore they do agree or that they must agree. um, Now, I mean, in some sense, you have to, even within my worldview, you have to overcome the intolerance paradox. You do have to overcome the intolerance paradox, which has not been properly done, as it were, but I do think that on paper it can be properly done. Um, and I've got recordings specifically on that, essentially, but you need something like enough principles and substantive values within a legal system that is capable of conserving itself, and that it does not profess to have the final moral answer to every question, but it must answer enough questions essentially and stabilize itself in a kind of secular solution to the intolerance paradox, the liberal intolerance paradox. And that is what we need by the state, and then we can continue the rest of the progress in humanity and development on the human condition on the personal private scale, and also indirectly in some sense through some kind of governmental duties or constitutional obligations to sort of tend towards something like social justice, or guarantee social justice as well. But social justice not in the definition that it has been misused, because social justice is not about justice for an identity or justice for a faction of society. Social justice means justice for the individual, to not be used as a scapegoat, to not be used as a sacrificial lamb for the good of the many, that you cannot sacrifice the few for the good of the many, that in policy you can't do that. A government has to guarantee social justice so that it doesn't do that. Whereas obviously there is a version of that which is actually viable, which is that, if you are on a sinking ship and there's only one life raft or something like that, or where you're in a when you're in an emergency situation and a kind of necessity. Now obviously we don't reach that position in terms of policy. We don't let governments make that kind of call, because in some sense, the nature of government is that it is steering the ship. And if you let governments declare a state of emergency and then actually on a policy level say that we are going to allow a kind of human cannibalism, that obviously falls foul of the liberal intolerance paradox. It also means that culture becomes a province of politics, in a way in which you've also destroyed the liberal layer and the actual individual, the sanctity and the dignity of the individual has been essentially transmuted into a kind of totalitarian thing, which essentially has just been triggered by the sympathy extracting excuse. Well, we've engineered our own emergency, therefore now we can claim necessity and we can contravene social justice. No, that's why there is a guarantee of social justice, that you cannot sacrifice the few for the good of the many on a policy level. You can only use laws of general application, and those general laws of application as well cannot be essentially designed to contravene what social justice actually is. You cannot essentially sneakily make laws of general application which will be implemented in a non-linear way, or in a non somehow the application of them is somewhat designed to be uh, prejudicial and targeting of anyway. So in some sense, the social justice is not about defining perpetrators. It's about protecting individuals. It's not about using that. It's not about, you can see the kind of the semantic gerrymandering that has happened from these proto-fascist identitarians, and their invention of anti-racism with their sort of purity standard, which is essentially a hypocrisy, or a double standard. And essentially, when you have to rationalize double standards, then you have to continue to make worse and worse oversimplifications and selective editing of reality and all these sorts of things. I should probably reference, I guess, that phrase, purity standard. I got that from a discussion with Mark Leverbrim. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his surname properly. Mark calls all these things religions. I don't call them religion. I just call them external locus, a narrative of an external locus of control. That's how I just kind of refer to it. So I can just sort of keep on psychologically grounding what the proximate problem is. I know, sort of calling things religion when they very clearly are pertaining to what I would consider a kind of illegitimate religion or false religion of an external locus of control. But that, I actually suspect that's because Mark, in some sense, constructively eventually concedes to some kind of external locus of control, but he's trying to deal with some. Anyway, I think that he's taking perhaps a slightly indirect route of dealing with some of these problems, but that he might, in some sense, be under some similarly sort of fudged. Anyway, let me not talk about him. I'll probably talk more to him and bring this up at some point. I mean, people that try to yes, the people's lives are filled with narrative, and those are the mysteries that have to be solved, as it were, to make spiritual progress. But I think that there are some mysteries which you could classify as being eternal mysteries, but the idea that sort of, which is essentially relates to properly understanding the Holy Ghost. But in some sense, these people that want this inexhaustible, symbolic, kind of puzzle that confounds you is in some sense also a kind of relenting into a kind of something like a vicarious redemption, or something like a kind of collective fatalism, or something, some external locus of control, some external narrative, which, anyway, perhaps I shouldn't speculate too much, but I think that this is what happens when you have a slightly fudged doctrine, essentially, and then you. Anyway, this to me is a very mixed proposition. Anyway, at least with the people that I'm currently talking with, because I sense that there's a very dark and evil spirit, essentially, in the mix, in the works. Anyway, I shouldn't. This is almost gossip. Let me stop talking. But actually, I guess I've been talking about it quite extensively with the cerebral histrionic stuff. Um, Let me just think if there's any other aspect of the cerebral histrionic. So it is interesting how there are generally sort of two kinds. One that is sort of emotionally plugged in, and I think almost the emotional plugged in one is also a kind of natural fascist. I've used that term perhaps without explaining it, but I think that that's what it is. Someone who is emotionally plugged in to needing a kind of collective support structure, scaffolding, crutch for their ego, so that their ego can continue to do this kind of reverse crucifixion, stealing the fire of the fire of the superego's child function for the purposes of the ego, and to giving the ego this sort of extra power, this extra impetus that they can sort of, because you see the superego, the procedural structure that in some a priori sense, using a metaphysical metaphor of a priori, sort of structures everything, is the preceding precondition of how everything is framed. Therefore, if you can steal the ultimate value in terms of how everything is framed, and you can give to your propositional egoic operation, you can give yourself access to that, then you can kind of always essentially kind of flout the kind of the relativism objectivity paradox, that you can sort of claim to be both objective while you're being relative, essentially, that you use this objective insight to entrench your relative, sort of propositional claim, and you just kind of also disguise this at the same time by essentially endorsing your subconscious perspective and just kind of endorsing it as essentially as orthodoxy. And this is a cerebral histrionic sort of theme which I think people have culturally imbibed. It's been in the water for a long time. It's been in the water forever. Because this is a perennial developmental problem. This is a perennial problem within intellectualism, and even people who can be quite philosophically sophisticated can essentially find themselves essentially conforming to this and homogenizing their argumentation, let's just say, or their style of reasoning with this sort of mechanism, because it's sort of just like the kind of the intellectual mother's milk, as it were, that they run up against it so often that they have to kind of join it in some form in order to, in some sense, to contend against it. Whereas, I am usually just much more overtly disgusted by it and would avoid it, and would sort of, in some sense, this is what actually causes me to express ire at people. This is what causes me to condemn people for being moral reprobates, essentially, but they can disguise it under a kind of rational sort of, reductive nonsense. Um, and they can just be like, oh, well, my subconscious perspective was the orthodoxy, or it was always considered this way. It has some kind of historical merit attached to it, some argument from some authority, essentially entrenching it, because essentially there's no fidelity there's no authenticity in the actual exchange. There's no sort of, because the grammar is not grounded in their own internal locus of control, within their own perspective, within their own subconscious. It is a kind of sort of it's a lineage subconscious. It's an inherited subconscious in some sense. It's inheriting its authority from some external narrative. And so, people that I think, sort of try to orientate everything around narrative, because essentially, they want to be lost in the water, and they want to sort of be covered up by the water, even though the water is meant to be transparent. They're trying to use it to sort of clothe themselves. And this is creating essentially, it's not pure. It needs to be cleansed, as it were. It's a kind of debris which is floating around, to some degree. And in some sense, I've just, as a metatype 13, this is, perhaps what metatype 13s are always orientated around. Evaluating and tracking, as it were, as it is in some sense also what they are playing cat and mouse with themselves with anyway. But they're constantly judging their own ego in terms of this. So everyone who is always constantly judging their ego in terms of their superego's child function. Anyway, sorry, I was getting sorry. This is to go back to a thread that I opened up. Is that I'm starting to see people in terms of the central pillar, the central axis of really understanding the nature of someone, and let's say that their dramatization around their false ego complex is all underpinned by, I would say, the superego child function. And that is essentially the thing that will eventually become the lake of fire that the false prophet will be condemned to, as it were. But that is essentially the construction of that lake of fire out of that child function, which is a necessary ongoing sort of, that you have to stop the child function of the superego being lukewarm, and you have to sort of elevate it up into, or escalate it into, the lake of fire, essentially, as it kind of is a permanent fixture of essentially the crucifixion and access to the New Jerusalem, essentially, which is the internal. Let me try to repurpose some language from Paul van der Klee. He talks about the secret sacred self, and he also talks about. No, I don't know if he was quoting somebody else, or I've perhaps heard this from somebody else, but something about the sanctum. Oh no, yeah, this is from. Oh my word, I can't remember the name of his YouTube channel. And he doesn't say his name often. Oh my word, that's embarrassing. I probably knew his name at one point. So, but Theosophoria, I think, is the name of his channel, and he talks about well, one of the names for spirit is the Spiritus Sanctum, I think, in Latin or something like that. But I don't know. I always thought sanctum was like sanctuary, was a place of where life is cradled, as it were, where life is contained in a natural state of its existence. But that its condition, that its basic fundamental premises are somewhat preserved or something like that. But anyway, so you know, I think that the New Jerusalem is essentially becomes one of the central axles or cores of the personality, but in some sense, it's dependent on the lake of fire, I think, or in terms of it's weird because it's slightly retro. The lake of fire becomes a retrospective reclamation of the superego's child function, which then essentially allows. Yes, I mean, you have to elevate, I guess. In constituting the lake of fire, you are bringing the superego's child function into such a solid state of fluid coordination with the death of the superego, which then can become life retrospectively. But it's weird because you have to, how life operates is that it has to be operated freely and fluidly and in the immediate. But you have to do that, I guess, by building a kind of a sharpness or a knowing exactly what doesn't pass the litmus test, exactly what gets absorbed by the lava, as it were, or confined to the lava. So lava or the lake of fire or something like that is like is both water and it's fire. It has to sort of destroy, but it also is. So I mean, I would metaphorically extrapolate it, although this is just to espouse on it, not really to explain it that well, but just to illustrate it rather, is that it's like knowing the pitfalls of that dimension, and in all the ways in which that if you use that dimension, it ends up becoming a kind of untenable paradox. And so instead of falling into that pitfall, instead the pitfall is what occupies the space of the pitfall is the lake of fire, where you see that the spirit of the false prophet is trapped and the spirit of the beast is trapped within those sections of the lake of fire. So you're operating around the corrupted, traumatic sort of coping paradox mechanisms of the superego's child function. You are attenuating yourself to being aware of that, as it were. And you're really not interested in relitigating that coping trauma experience, as it were. And it is interesting because, I mean, I guess I'll have to think about this more from a kind of phenomenological perspective. This is certainly some. I've been so verbose, but also jumping around so much. But yeah, okay. So I've just listened to my own sort of very small 7 minute recording that I made last night when I was very tired and focusing on this child function thing. And yeah, so I just want to recapitulate the basic idea, which also corresponds to this lake of fire idea, essentially, which is that essentially the child function of the superego is an impossible standard, and you can either and that impossible standard is what causes the crucifixion, essentially, which the inferior function in particular is somewhat innocent of as well, especially being the inferior function, because it sees the truth, as it were. But it's being crucified because it's sort of being counted in as part of the parent function. Uh, so it's sort of, it is the scapegoat of the ego's parent function to some degree, anyway. So it's somewhat unjust to the inferior function. But if you can sort of locate your seat of consciousness within the inferior function, within the ego's inferior function, if you can culminate your sort of internal integrity and sort of into a unified, that being the core of yourself, as it were, your core essence, is everything is transmitted and communicated up into the inferior function, and integrated within the inferior function, then the problem is that the inferior function then has this sword of Damocles hanging over its head, the impossible standard of the superego's child function, and already anticipating that, in some sense, is the feeling of the looming sin, as it were. And in some sense, you just have to sort of hold on until the New Jerusalem. You have to hold on until the resurrection of the dominant function of the superego, and it's in behaving or acting in accordance or acting on the level of the dominant function that retrospectively or retroactively you are operating in some part of the child function which is not the lake of fire. You are sort of recapturing, you're sort of reverse engineering an operation in terms of in which you have avoided the lake of fire. And in some sense, the condition that is placed against the ego is lifted. I guess I have to work out how to talk about that intelligently because I'm not even saying it. Well, essentially, you uncover the life of that dimension of psychological reality. You uncover the immediate articulation of that, sort of gets unveiled. And in some sense, within a scope in which you have a child function in the superego, which essentially has a lot of open roaming pathways and a lake of fire on within its mass, and so you just sort of you keep to the pathways which you have mapped out, and you just essentially you no longer get confuddled by essentially this paradox of this impossible standard, that you sort of you trust yourself to walk on the edge of something. Sort of on the edge of a cliff sort of thing. Because you trust your own sort of, your basic motor ability, of movement, that sort of you're not going to be sort of emotionally overwhelmed and stagger around so close to the edge, because you don't stagger around in any other setting. So why would you stagger around just because, hypothetically, if you did stagger around, that sort of the ideal standard is so impossible to sort of attain, or something like that, or is so. So it's something like a problem of being mesmerized by the superego's child function, and just sort of ending that mesmerization. But I do think that also that mesmerization is probably linked with some kind of impossible fantasy, or what the Scientologists would call the service facsimile. There's probably I need to find a better definition, but because I've just labeled it there without giving the definition of the service facsimile. But there, um, but essentially, I mean, I've called this the sacred contract, essentially, of the thing that is, in some sense, is the deed that allows the false ego complex to operate on the basis thereof. Hmm. I can't remember a good definition of the service facsimile, or it's rather sort of a basic thing, but it's something just like the thing that propels or sustains the reactive mind, or the sort of the circuits of automaticity. Oh, it's no, I can't remember. I wonder if it has a special relationship to the basic engram or something like that. Or it's something like an engram, but within one's immediate extension of effort, that sort of that essentially propelling the false ego complex is a constant mental activity and behavior. And so you actually have to have a consistent sort of impulsion, or impulse, to corral your efforts into articulating the false ego complex. And that is something like the service facsimile, or the a particular fantasy, a particular symbolic particular almost sort of idolatry of a standard, which is sort of like, well, if I could just inhabit that ideal, if I could what's the word? If I could have that wish, if I could um, attain that image in the mind, I don't even know if there's a then, but there's definitely an if. And it's like something like, that is the only if. That is the only um, now this has a correlate in some sense, because this only if is different to the only itself. I've got on my metatype diagram what I call the just itself, or I sometimes refer to it as the only itself, which is essentially the core object which the only if can then appertain to. So you have this kind of if wish fantasy, but the if wish fantasy needs to pertain to a particular sense of self, or a conditioned, or some conditioned being, some sense of, some stable, static sense of being that the only if can then aspire toward, or can sort of be the premise that has the wish being. So that actually, that maybe there is a special connection between the death and the child function in the superego, which also needs to sort of be particularly processed out, or particularly rectified, or reordered, as it were. But so all I'm basically saying is that the superego child function is some kind of image, some kind of fantasy, some kind of impossible ideal, which then the only itself, or the just itself, is falling short of fundamentally, or sort of isn't capable of actually meeting. But the inferior function, is different, because the inferior function in some sense knows that the child function, the impossible standard of they know that there's something rotten in the state of Denmark, that the child function of the superego is untenable itself, is actually constructed from a kind of fantasy. The inferior function of the ego, if properly integrated with the sides of the mind, actually knows that this is unjust, that the child function of the superego is an impossible standard, or in fact even has insight as to the particular paradox, as to the particular sort of untenability of it. But the continuation of the endorsement of that standard, in some sense, is what keeps the parent function in the ego somewhat toxic as well, but also generating more impetus. In some sense, I think that those are the sort of the two towers holding up the false ego complex. And in some sense, this also manifests itself as the fragmentation of the superego's dominant function. That the superego's dominant function, if it were just behaviorally actualized, if it were just sort of in some kind of self-consistent way, if it was pursued, as in if it was performed, it would solve. In some sense, there's a sort of the many branched intelligence, or the fragmented intellect, is somewhat sort of most archetypally represented by the state of the dominant function of the superego, which is in some sense kind of obscured by Babylon the Great. And when the blood of the saints is somewhat recouped from the mortar and the stone of Babylon the Great, that then the New Jerusalem is free to sort of be constituted. But anyway, so in actually just you see, this is the thing, is that you can't fix the child function because it is false. It is infected, as it were. So the only way to sort of make it safe again is to have a lake of fire to cordon off the parts of it which are essentially lead into the pitfall of the untenable paradox and conundrum. And you just have to kind of, and then also then you are free to no longer be just itself, or the only itself, that the death can come to life in the superego, that you can sort of operate from that as a new entity, as a new living, as the new personality, operating from that freely. Slightly interesting because, for a metatype 13, the terminal death, the terminal beast, is dimension 3, which is one of the final 5, which means that it's a purely sort of subjective shift. You don't really have to, or I imagine with other people who, if that is one of the 12 extraction from the 17 dimensions, then that will also have a kind of, it will have a particular effect on how they orientate themselves towards emotional tones and karmic signatures, but for a metatype 13, it's purely, in some sense, or maybe I'm talking too quick because each of the final five are in their own sort of unique placement. But I mean, so my terminal death is dimension three. Dimension three is, in some sense, the substrate of the water, the substrate of both the water and the salt. And it's the thing that leads up towards the blood. Hmm. Hmm. It's very low down. That's the other thing that you can say about dimension three. It's quite a low dimension. It's kind of the lowest numbered dimension you can get, in fact. Which is, a somewhat strange thing to say. I mean that is perhaps one thing that you could say about metatype 13 is that dimension 1 and dimension 2 are perhaps somewhat unencumbered by the cataclysm that is the false ego complex. So at least metatype 13s have dimension 1 and dimension 2 unpoisoned, as it were, but then everything else is sort of, so sort of metatype 13s, they're dealing in the most basic sort of muck, in the most basic sort of things in the mind to contend with, while they are sort of dealing with and being confronted with sort of the huge obstacle of the weight of the false ego complex, which is essentially entangling everything else. I mean, it's also entangling dimension 1 and dimension 2, but in terms of, in some sense, there might be a kind of, I'm just basically trying to say that there's perhaps a particular utility into not being confused by the higher dimensions, because essentially a metatype 13 only has dimension 1 and dimension 2, and everything else is swallowed in the perennial kind of, or developmental obstacles and challenges and things like that. And the most sort of clear access that they have is to perhaps dimension 1 and dimension 2, dimension 2 being the inferior function and dimension 1 being the parent function. And then perhaps they have the good fortune that if I'm correct in mapping on my model onto the Christian doctrine and the Christian scripture, that if dimension 1 is the flesh and dimension 2 is the spirit, then essentially the problem of a metatype 13 is that they are having to overcome their parent function in their ego and integrate their inferior function of their ego, which is dimension 2, and they have to sort of school their dominant function in their ego and have that be properly tempered by their inferior function. So they have to integrate dimension 2 with dimension 17 in their ego. And that challenge is also then helping them precipitate a purer dimension 2 or a cleaner dimension 2 or something like that. And so, sort of that kind of, everyone has to go through the same sort of technology of the crucifixion, but in some sense metatype 13 has perhaps the added bonus or the boon of structurally or metaphysically having this correspond with, sort of the most basic or elemental or fundamental dimensions, which are sort of the most immediate or the most relevant to self-actualization or spiritual progress or something like that. So sort of a metatype 13 is sort of situated right in the midst of essentially the crux of solving this problem, as it were. I mean, I've often speculated that Moses was a metatype 13. Perhaps also other biblical figures. But I get that sense very clearly from Moses, because I think that sometimes what happens with the metatype 13 is that I do think that there is a kind of access to God um, that the kind of the moral conscience of a metatype 13 can somewhat resonate with the eternal spirit of Elohim. Um, but that it's not always capable of making an actual path forward or an actual development. But what it can try to do is concoct a gauntlet for spiritual evolution to occur, and that would essentially be a kind of covenant. And so, I do sometimes wonder if covenants are not some kind of sort of blood oath, or um, I mean, metatype 13 is called metatype 13 because the 13th dimension, which I believe corresponds with faith, is their unconscious dominant function. And if you're trying to sort of build faith as a participatory, anyway, I do think metatype 13s can somewhat be sort of covenant makers. Although, I mean, I perhaps shouldn't generalize this too much, because it might not just be it might be particular metatype 13s, particular metagram circuits, metatype 13s, not just might only be the Sattvaic metatype 13, not the Tamasic or the Rajasic, although they might have also other asymmetrical proficiencies or specialities, as it were. I mean, there are probably so many unique facets around the different circuits, just because of, sort of the peculiar structures that these models end up compounding and creating. Sort of you would need a book on each 48 metagram circuits, and then seeing the interesting combinations of, sort of how that those conform into 17 metatypes, that then each metatype has very particular variable permutations, which are incredibly pigeonholed, incredibly almost peculiar and unique. Anyway, I mean, there's so many sort of asymmetries all over the place. It's a very dynamic sort of thing. It's not a clean rubric. It's not a clean matrix in so many ways. You never get to anything that looks anywhere close to like a matrix. It's more like a kind of fractal. Anyway, I've babbled on for long enough. Okay, I've further meditated on some of these points, and I've just wanted now to make further qualification about sort of the subvariants of cerebral histrionics, and I'd rather tack this onto my current recording than try to make a new recording and continue on from this. Although that might be more practical, but anyway. So in some sense, I think that you kind of have within cerebral histrionics, you have a kind of a more, in some sense, called a sort of semi-borderline cerebral histrionic. And what I mean by that is that they are managing the dead spy. They sort of know about the dead spy mechanism of the egoic inferior function, and they are managing that responsibly, as it were. They are managing or directing, having a directorship over their own juvenile sort of non-integration. So in some sense, they also believe that this mechanism is a legitimate substitution of integration, that this is what it means to have an integrated shadow, is doing this kind of skirmish work and managing your dead spy sort of extraction of the superego's child function, which is then sort of having a ripple effect or a mirrored parallel correlation to how the participatory realm, the unconscious realm, is then being mangled in order to sort of comport with this, or to sort of reflect and dignify this with a kind of that everybody else is doing it or something like that, or that this is what intellectualism means, or it's woven into some kind of semantic web, or something like that. It's woven into a kind of definitional sort of set of axiomatic sort of narrative framing or presuppositions which are contended in the objective participatory realm, so that you don't actually have to endorse them personally. It's just that that is how the world presents itself to be participated within. So you just are projecting it on to the unconscious, as it were, as opposed to actually taking responsibility for it in terms of the subconscious having a kind of internally anchored internal locus of control of this in some sense. So you end up with a kind of egoic mechanism which is not grounded in the subconscious, it's grounded instead in the unconscious. And so it kind of ideologically, thematically has these kinds of Mark was telling me in terms of how their model works, that if you look at someone who is only, and I'm going to use my translation of these things, someone who is combining the participatory, which I call the unconscious, with the procedural, which is what I call the superego, that someone that is using the participatory to navigate the procedural, the superego, that they are, in some sense, by definition, autistic. And someone who is using the subconscious to navigate, or they call it the poetic, or I would just call it the perspectival, to navigate the propositional, which is the ego, then they would be psychotic, or sort of in the sense of psychosis, not in the sense of psychotic means psychosis, not psychopathic, or if it doesn't mean that, that's the sense that I'm using it in. But I'm just trying to think if I'm contravening that, or if I'm making a different link, because I'm saying that people that then have this ego, which is the propositional, and they are tethering it to the participatory, that combination together is not the same as the combination that they were talking about. But essentially, I would call that essentially something like having an external locus of control, or an external narrative. And in some sense, I think all sort of developmental psychopathologies or something like that, or developmental obstacles which aren't being graduated from, in some sense, will be baked into some kind of stable manifestation of that kind or another. So I would just call that the external locus of control is constructed out of those two things, the propositional and the participatory. Is that literally you have an external locus of control, or you're in some kind of sort of social codependency, or something like that, or some kind of projective identification, or sort of introspective, introjective ideation of some kind, or essentially that you live within an introjective paradigm, which is me slightly reworking the construct that Sam Vaknin talks about introjective objects, and I think it's much better just to label it as an introjective paradigm in some sense, because then you can use that construct to both explain borderline, and how borderlines and how cerebral histrionics and how narcissists all are essentially similar but different as well, in terms of that they will have a slightly different confected sort of rendition of this introjective paradigm, as it were. Whereas other people sort of compartmentalize this as well, that they have this on some issues, on some subjects, but they don't have it on other subjects. So they are properly sort of subconsciously rooted in some things, and then they are otherwise untethered, and they are instead sort of plugged into the cloud ether sort of ideological sort of participatory external locus of control, or the narrative or something like that they are trying to appeal to the narrative, sort of, and also trying to source authority from a kind of from a collective consciousness, or a kind of collective, I don't know what they call it, they call it distributed intelligence, or something like that, all those sort of crazy terms that they've come up with. But yeah, I mean, I've actually been warned with discussions that I had. Oh my word, this is so embarrassing, forgetting people's names. I haven't spoken to him in a while. Warned me about, sort of, I mean, he didn't specifically name this particular group of people, but I think that these are pretty much almost the same type of people, that these are almost the kind of sort of, oh, no, I guess maybe it's slightly wrong to call them exactly the game B type of people. These aren't exactly the game B type of people, but I think intellectually they're basically on the same wavelength, just they are looking, and they categorize themselves slightly differently based on sociological correlations or something. But anyway, some sense it might even be easier to talk to the game B people, because in some sense they are trying to construct things from first principles or something like that. So it might be easier to anyway. To gain access to confronting and challenging them, as it were. But anyway, what was I talking about? Why was any of this important? So there are two types of cerebral histrionics. The one is, in some sense, managing the dead spy, and that I would consider to be sort of the more intellectually, in some sense, they are more conscious about their own intellectual dishonesty, and therefore they're able to be more effective. And in some sense, they are also able sometimes to make kinds of concessions, which in some sense seemingly is a kind of like, is a baseline of intellectual honesty, which is shining through their generally corrupt formulae of operating. So they are capable of bending credulity, as it were, towards their strategy, but they don't know that, in some sense, they have sold themselves to the strategy and there's no alternative to it. But essentially, some other elements of sort of coherence have to sort of be appeased, or something like that, which I argue is almost a kind of ad hoc sort of ad hoc limitation or bounding that they are placing on themselves. Because in some sense, that they are only, in some sense, I think that these things are only respected because there is enough evidence in the participatory realm, there's enough sort of collective memory that they don't feel comfortable ironing out all the creases. In some sense, they don't feel capable of sort of selectively editing reality beyond a certain bound, but they are capable of doing so propositionally. They can contort the morality, but they won't contort the data input, or sort of the evidence, as it were. So they will sort of fudge their conclusions, but they won't sort of fiddle with the data, as it were. But when you can fiddle with your meta-analysis, as it were, and your aggregation of making conclusions from the data, then you almost don't need really that much to be able to fiddle with the data. But essentially, so they have a kind of higher bar of rationalization. But in some sense, all they want is a kind of, in some sense, these are the people who believe that, in some sense, the closest thing that you can get to truth is a kind of, these are the people who conflate. They think logic means correct, when logic just means self-consistent. Like something, if something is logical, doesn't mean that it's accurate, or if it's properly logical, doesn't mean that it's properly true or properly correct or properly accurate. It just means that it is non-contradictory within its own internal structure. That doesn't, in some sense, to jump that gap, you really have to believe that all logic is an immutable puzzle piece of the unimatrix of reality, and essentially you just have to assume that there's a kind of unimatrix reductionism that everything amounts to, and that every piece of logic is a tangible piece of that unimatrix, of this sort of ultimate sort of Ponzi scheme that can be reverse engineered, but sort of we're in the motions of actually generating it, and so we just have to continue to specialize and continue to sort of aggregate, and we'll all eventually sort of amount to the Newtonian false prophecy of the Newtonian sort of prediction that if we just keep on modeling things, eventually, when the last model is discovered and put in place, then it will create essentially a complete narrative of everything, and everything will be explained, and be perfectly aligned, as it were. Is that the sort of the original humility of science has been, sort of egregiously lost. That you're not actually discovering laws of nature; you're in fact discovering regularities and things like that. That the language used to be a lot more humble and honest and intellectually pure, as it were. Anyway, so this is the kind of theme that that is sort of overtly trampled by these kinds of cerebral histrionics, and then you get the sort of the emotionally plugged in cerebral histrionic in which they are the dead spy, and they are just trying to sort of they want their subconscious to be adopted. In some sense, they are still rooted in their own subconscious, but they have no plan to actually develop their unconscious or the participatory sort of paradigm. They don't want that to grow up. They want that to sort of be an infantilism. They want it to be a collective destiny or a collective fate. And they want to be counted as an identity within a stable category system, so that they can kind of hold their entire unconscious paradigm, the participatory paradigm, within the ego, and be able to have a kind of armchair philosopher sort of perch over it, and look down on it from this sort of abstraction and disembodied, sort of moral, sort of, they are breaking the relativism objectivity sort of paradox, because of wanting to sort of combine it. They are creating a kind of autistic engine, as it were, at the same time as being completely emotionally dependent, in terms of needing to render this lifeline to their brittle subconscious, as they are, for the life of them, actually being an active dead spy in terms of their ego, feeding fuel to the unconscious sort of ideological program, so that they can be counted as part of a legion, essentially, so that they can have accountability diluted, so that they basically have a kind of subconscious. It's almost as if their subconscious is directly welded to their unconscious participatory, their perspectival and their participatory. They don't want to make a distinction between these two things, because if they did, then they would have to have a kind of internal accounting, which would also be able to track their own loss of the internal locus of control, and essentially this kind of blind faith in this objective narrative. And they probably find each other, and they probably reinforce each other. These types of cerebral histrionics, are both sort of common, ordinary, perhaps, manifestations of a kind of juvenile kind of moral delinquency, and they just sort of reinforce each other, essentially, or they bolster each other, in the sense of just creating a kind of collateral consensus that makes each other feel somewhat necessary and useful, and to a kind of sympathy sucking, sympathy pulling sort of ideological grift or something like that, which both empower the ego. So both of these people have essentially very inverse egos to some degree, because the person who is the dead spy is essentially looking for a kind of codependent person to meld with, to help feed, and the other kind of cerebral histrionic is so I mean, together in some sense, they almost archetypally together could both be seen to be either half of a borderline. That in some sense, the borderline is doing both of these things. The borderline is running both of these systems inside of each other. Parallel inside themselves. The borderline has both of these things working in tandem. Sort of the one is feeding the other, and the other is agreeing with back with the former. Whereas essentially the lost boys of the world, the lost juveniles of the world, are sort of either yin or yang in terms of this kind of cerebral histrionic, teaming up with each other to sort of create this clubhouse worldview. This we can imagine things staring up at the roof of our treehouse, imagining how the world should be, or something like that. But anyway, I mean, you can describe ideology to a large extent, could sort of be metaphorically reduced to that. Anyway, I just want to, again, almost schizophrenically jump back to the issue of the water, because I finally came up with a decent definition of what the water is. That the water is the view of the components of your own soul. So, and this is the problem, because you can, your perhaps your first taste of the water is going to be noticing perhaps how other people are doing this, and so that is going to sort of be implicitly on offer to you to imbibe and to sort of, it's going to be the first model that you're going to perhaps interrogate in your own mind, or it's going to be perhaps it's going to come out explicitly in how you are raised and how you are indoctrinated and how you are instructed. And this obviously is sort of unavoidable. Everyone is going to have to be programmed to some degree, and essentially, or at least, I do think it is possible to actually use code or use programming that you have been programmed or inducted into without sort of conceding to the self-programming, as it were, that you can remember that essentially that you haven't validated it against your internal locus of control. And I do think that even very, very young children, even prelingual children, are very, I think it's unavoidable, the sort of the conceptual category of the internal locus of control is the prime original unit that the word is in, that the mind is in. And I do think that we contract ourselves into truncated sort of, this is complicated to kind of to try to describe, but essentially we create within our own mental grammar a shorthand or a kind of symbolic habitual once we get into the habit of repeating the same decision-making process, we essentially start creating truncated or symbolic representations of engaging in habitual patterns of decision making. And as soon as you do that, the only way that that works in the mind is if you have reduced yourself into a mental construct or a mental image, which then you can make that mental image engage in the symbol of the habit or the symbol of the pattern. And essentially, it's that concatenation which is essentially the accumulation of a kind of garb, a kind of idolatry, which becomes a kind of automatic capacity which obscures to us the fundamentally basic nature of our powers of delineation and but I mean, sorry, there's a very particular point that I need to raise in this, which is that this is essentially happening in terms of I need to repeat the same setup, but explain exactly how it correlates to metagram circuitry and the link between metatype and metagram. Um, that the already established units of cognitive inflection, in some sense, the kind of the karmic bundles, which stop being grooves of modeling the terrain in which your agency is operating therein, starts becoming food, starts becoming a kind of mental food and a mental energy which is required to sustain the identity, because you are no longer an agent, you are now a mental image that is in the hypothetical realm of um, the water is corrupted, essentially. There is an identity that is holding the metagram circuitry, essentially, um, in place. And this comes into the issue of the water, essentially, that the view of the components of your own soul was polluted by the development of the false ego complex, and I mean, also, you didn't develop this in a vacuum. You also, you could say that you were the being, in terms of how you confined yourself to this, you could also say that you were misled by seeing the model of this in the world already, other people doing this, which then, but I mean, to say that you were misled by the outside is really to actually undo the solution to this, which is that you have to actually say that you misled yourself. But you can say that the model of this corrupted water, or of this taint, or this essentially, um, that the water around you was essentially, um, I mean, I guess you could say that it. I think you could accurately, generally say, although this is a generalization, encourages one to join the world, as it were, simply so that one can better endure the general attrition of the world, because in some sense other people are using mental energy or karma as food for their identity, and in some sense this means that they are going to be prickly in a certain kind of way, and they're going to be prone to agitation. Anyway, trying to create a tiny model of those things is not it's not that productive, really. But I mean, the problem really is I mean, it really is almost a kind of. It usually manifests itself in a much more sort of subtle way. It's hard to actually create a good metaphor about it. That is generically a robust metaphor, but essentially, the problem really is in people's impatience, as it were. You know, that or there's the word that Paul van der Klaan and John Vervaeke always use, salient something, salient realization or something. I can't remember the term, but essentially the I mean the problem is in the hunger to sort of consume that mental karma, as it were, is and the addiction to it essentially produces a kind of impatience, which is essentially the death of the soul in some sense, or the corruption of the soul. Um, Although it's technically wrong to talk about the soul. The soul belongs only to God, and it's really not correct to talk about it. But we must talk about the water in some sense, and in some sense, that's also the gap between that as well is because, you know, in some sense, you do have to view your own soul in some sense, and therefore that's why the water is not really about yourself, it's about your environment. It's about how you metaphorically interpret your environment or understand your environment, or how you reference things into the understanding that your soul is manifesting about it, about your experience and about your life. And in some sense that is a reflection of the health of your soul, as it were. You know, in some sense the macrocosm is the model of the microcosm, or in scripture as it says, um, what is uh, bound up in heaven is whatsoever is bound on the earth is bound up in heaven, and what is loosened on the earth is anyway, I'm butchering that, but anyway, which is, you know, essentially where the alchemical phrase comes from, as above so below. There's a lot of alchemical stuff which is essentially almost directly a kind of spiritual meditation and a kind of proto psychology in some sense, or at least the spiritual alchemy and the spiritual psychology that I at least sort of am engaged in. But let me just say as well that there was two other points, but anyway, I'm losing my own thread thinking about other things. The view of the components of your own soul. You could also say the view from the components of your own soul, and essentially the components of your own soul being the group noun of the water. So in some sense, everyone's water is all water, relative to them, in the same way that everyone must have a culture in that, in some kind of definitional sense. So anyway, I mean, the water is a very, it's a hard thing to really pin down, I guess. But using that as a definition, that I mean, I actually, when I wrote this down, when I typed it out, actually, I must find perhaps exactly how I typed it out. I said, our view of the components of our own soul. And this is the thing, is because it can be shared. The water can be shared, because like a culture can be shared. Like you can share the same way of thinking about something and the same way of doing something and the same reference system or belief about something. Um, and the problem is that essentially people don't agree with each other, or they, in some sense, they can ostensibly agree with one another superficially, but they won't really unless they actually have, they're on the same page in terms of the water. And it's interesting. I mean, I was talking to Mark as well, and it's, I mean, he has some very interesting criticisms of Kant, which I probably agree with. I mean, I've criticized Kant in terms of how I think that he had some moral thinking. He was sort of semi-correct about quite a lot of things, I think. Um, he had a good intuition about some things, but I do think that he did very egregiously develop a very monstrous kind of paradox within his own philosophy, which I don't know if he properly diagnosed, but that he essentially subverted his own moral schema, and maybe that's just out of sort of pure stupidity in some sense. But, and I mean, Mark perhaps has a good explanation as to why this comes about, which is that fundamentally every belief structure must fundamentally be regarded as religious, because everyone has to, actually I might be forgetting his actual explanation of this, is that you have to be consistent with your own beliefs, uh, something like that, or you have to be, you have to see the world through your own set of beliefs, or something like that. So everyone has a religion because they all are going to be consistent with their own beliefs, or something like that. Even if they think that they're not, then they are doing so, but in a more kind of overtly unconscious way. So either way, they are still going to be essentially controlled by the religion of the set of their beliefs, or something like that. And then within religion, you have philosophy, which is a kind of sub compartment of belief, which is in some sense experimenting or toying with belief as a kind of exercise, as a kind of, as an intellectual sort of field of investigation, but that sort of does not encompass all of religion or all of your beliefs, but it's just a subsection of almost like a testing grounds, but also one that you have to filter with other greater beliefs and perhaps sort of more other kinds of common sense, perhaps. And then within philosophy, you have science. And Kant essentially said that no, philosophy is going to survive, and moral philosophy is going to survive. It has to sort of copy the scientific method, or sort of model itself after science, because science is so effective and brilliant, and moral philosophy has to try to sort of keep pace with it. And this was like a kind of categorical subversion of actual the intellectual um, edifice. It sort of radically dismembers and disorientates, sort of actually where these things exist, sort of somewhat geographically. So you are literally creating a confusion, and you're creating a disorientation that is sort of in an insoluble metaphysical sort of conundrum, uh, of displacement or misplaced um, awareness. So you are isolating and atomizing the human condition in a way in which we no longer have any kind of we're lost in an abyss which has been created by a kind of disordered Kantian sort of intellectual model. But anyway, I mean, I don't know perhaps if any of this could be slightly unfair, but to Kant as well, but also perhaps unfair to Mark in what I'm about to say. But I mean, he repeated a quote that Kant made about philosophy. He said, sort of, philosophy is the handmaiden to religion, or something like that, or of religion. I can't remember. And then I think I came up with a pretty good retort, sort of to just sort of to give some potential defense to Kant, that is not philosophy. I have to explain the other thing that Mark was talking about in terms of the physical and the ideal, and he talks about something which I consider to be very dangerous, which he concedes. He seems to understand the danger about this concept, which is what is he called, transformative coupling, which is essentially that people need to realize that beliefs uh, are not objectively true or not. They are always sort of selected in some sense. And if you're only using beliefs to sort of, I might be bossed, maybe I'm getting this all wrong, but beliefs can't be used to, or beliefs shouldn't perhaps be used, or it's unwise, or it's basically a kind of stunted moral human being, or something like that, to only use beliefs to refer you to physical things when they never point at ideals and principles and normative values, in some sense, that you never kind of have any proper agreement in the kind of in an ideal form, in a Platonic sense. And so in some sense people are living in worldviews and paradigms which are completely devoid of ideal forms and real intellect, as it were. And instead they're always referring to some kind of utilitarianism or some kind of physical belief correlation or something like that, but they have no shared purpose and they have no sense of teleos even, because they never actually use the world as a way to meditate on ideals. Um, they have no connection with ideals. They are just constantly referred to physical states to reinforce their beliefs, and beliefs that endorse the fact of certain physical states. So it's just a kind of circular physical sort of belief monkey mind, perhaps. Maybe I'm adding that as a description. And so the only way to kind of break out of that is transformative coupling, in that you actually allow people to meditate on idolatry, to break through idolatry in some sense. Oh, I can't remember if Mark was saying that always referring to physical things is a kind of idolatry, or something like that, or saying that the ideal lives in the belief or in the fact, is essentially correlating that is what idolatry is. But if you actually divorce it and you actually meditate on the ideal in itself, then that is actually, and if you want to use a physical object to help you do that, like a symbol, then you can sort of use the symbol and use the mystery of the symbol to conjure the meditation into the ideal. And therefore you can actually use a physical belief, or use a belief, or use a physical symbol, essentially to jump the gap into the ideal. And then you can, that there is something called transformative coupling, but you can't really put a stable value onto what that will be, because that's all a subjective personal journey that has to be taken, and you can't really quantify that because it's always a kind of ephemeral, peculiar, or particular sort of lived experience that's going to be somewhat mystical. And why did I bring this up? Is because why did I bring this up? Uh, Transformative coupling is I'm I'm just trying to think of what I was talking about before I was talking about this, just so I can, because I was going into this to illustrate a very particular single point. Oh, wait, what was it? It was to rescue Kant from. Oh yeah, so the thing about the physical thing is that I was basically saying, well, maybe philosophy is the handmaiden of religion, because in some sense, to get into the actual sort of healthy transformative coupling, in terms of actually meditating on the ideal, the final boss that is the kind of glass ceiling on the physical monkey mind, if I can just summarize it like that, is essentially philosophy. Is that you have to sort of break the ceiling of philosophy in order to get into the religious mind frame, which in some sense is consistent with everything that Mark had already sketched out in terms of the uh, in terms of religion and then philosophy and then science, which all exist within one another concentrically. Um, that if you start from the monkey mind belief in material physical things and belief in facts, which in some sense, people think of as the kind of the objective scientific reality or something like that, and you are already sort of dabbling in thinking that science has a stable correlate to philosophy, which it doesn't. It's completely ungrounded in anything else. It is actually grounded in fundamentally a religious belief. Well, actually, to break that container and to get into the religious mind frame, the final boss really is philosophy. But I also think it is also somewhat also correct, because in some sense philosophy is, like everything else, a mystery to some degree, in terms of, well, you have to find a mystery within philosophy, which is in something like, I mean, what Mark keeps on talking about symbols, and I don't think symbols are that important. I think the mystery is important, but the mystery, I mean, he would probably agree with that, I think, but I, I he says some weird things about the mystery always existing or something like that, or that the mystery is eternal, and sort of like that you're always going to be mesmerized by a symbol or something like that. And I think that only is true in one sense. It's true in the sense of the mystery of the Holy Ghost, which in some sense is that there's certain kinds of forbidden knowledge, um, that you're not going to, essentially the knowledge of the future is locked away from you. And I do think that you are corrupted if you think that you can know the future in some sense. Now, knowing things about the future and knowing how things will, in some sense, how things are and how they are in an unfolding way is not knowing what the future is. It's not knowing what will be. The flesh of what will be is essentially, has no direct correlates to the spirit. But it doesn't. The spirit is encapsulated by it. It is the earthen vessel, as it were. Um, and in some sense, the only reason why it has particular prominence within the spiritual sort of the human condition is because that's the basic binary, is that you're either led by the spirit or by the flesh, by a purpose or by what will be, about some conjecture about what will be, or some, which is fundamentally hollow. It's fundamentally like chaff. Um, it's just a husk. It's just like the spirit of man is just a husk. The spirit of man is meant to carry the spirit of God. It's the spirit of man is literally the definition of what that is hollow. The spirit of something that is a container. Man is a container for the spirit of God. So if something is the spirit of man, then it's like a double negative. It's the spirit of a container. That is essentially what the flesh is, ideally, as it were. Um, but yeah, I mean, sort of the resolution of these sorts of mysteries, as it were. I mean, this is where you find Jesus Christ coming on a cloud, or where you find the Son of Man. The Son of Man is coming on a cloud. Uh, these are the clouds of mystery. And so, we obviously need to meditate on mystery, and we need to go investigating in mystery, as it were. But the idea that the mystery is this always uninsoluble sort of thing. I mean, as I said, there's one thing that is insoluble, but it's not really insoluble because it's just forbidden knowledge. And once you understand why and how it's forbidden knowledge, and then you just get on with your spiritual journey, as it were. And it's not a mesmerizing mystery, as it were. But I think that all of the problems that people have with narratives and external locuses of control and collective destiny are all constructed out of a kind of false doctrine, essentially, or at least the incompleteness of the doctrine. That they need a better understanding of these things, and they're really not doing the work of communion or salvation. They don't have the gifts active in their communion or salvation. And I just know that that's a terrifying thing for me to just say blatantly, because it's a huge indictment on a lot of people and a lot of people's efforts and work. It's in some sense, it's a terrifying message to put out into the world, to sort of, to almost blanketly condemn so many things, and not in some sense say, well, this is how you sort of fix it neatly and quickly, and sort of, just do this instead, or something like that. Um, but those who will hearken, who want to hearken, shall do so. Anyway, why was I talking about that? Or is that philosophy being the handmaiden of religion? So yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that working in terms of the water, because in some sense that is something of the perennial issue and the perennial problem. And in some sense you could also bind up the issue of the principalities of the air in that as well, that has corrupted and placed the sediment in the water, or the, in some sense, sort of wrestles with the seas to make it look like that the seas are alive when they're just a kind of inert residue of life in the sort of the salt of the earth that is carried in this aqueous mass, that is being tugged on by the moon and by sort of gravitational, seasonal, sort of conditions, uh, having this internal this appearance of a kind of vibrant, um, uh, migration of cycles and patterns and things like that. But all of that sophistication essentially is reducible essentially to sort of global conditioning, which seemingly invokes a kind of local sophistication in patterns, but it's all just essentially transpiring from um, things that are acting on the body as a collective mass. So it's sort of it's I mean, and this is how I see many people in the world. Essentially, they are just part of the sea, that they are being agitated by global disturbances, as it were, and they are literally now. This is why I love identity politics. I really enjoy it, because they are, even their words are at least so accurate in describing their own spiritual vacuousness. How they will even complain about systemic oppression. I mean, how do you? I mean, they are declaring to everyone that they are the sea of the world, that they are the dead salt carried around in the coffin of the seas, essentially. And that is literally what they are. They are the Flotsam and Jetsam, I don't know how to even pronounce it, of the, they are the walking dead. They are the zombies. They are why we can't have nice things, as it were. And so drunk and indulgent they are in their own sort of irresponsibility and unaccountability and spiritual vacuousness. Um, but I was going to also make more points about the one cerebral histrionic, because I do think that the one cerebral histrionic, I mean, they're both, in some sense, I think the intellectual one is more capable of being salvaged. At least they're more accessible, because in some sense you can make the case to them and they will hear it. Doesn't mean, but you can know that they heard it. You know, you can never push anyone to get out of that kind of wickedness. But the other kind of wickedness, I think, is much harder, because they are, in some sense, they are paying for their own psychopathology, because their emotional state is constantly fragile and brittle. And those kinds of natural fascists, I think, are, it's interesting. I mean, they're outsourcing so much of their psyche into an external narrative and into a kind of hive psychology that they, they really are, in some sense, identifying themselves as the dead spy, and they have to sympathize with themselves being a dead spy, and so they are literally performing the crucifixion in reverse. They are running the crucifixion backwards, and they are sympathizing with themselves running the crucifixion backwards. They are doing the opposite of the crucifixion, and they are justifying it because they are helping dignify the mob. They are helping dignify the group think, essentially. And their subconscious depends on it. And so it's a very interesting kind of wickedness, if I can put it like that. I will have to give better names to the both sides of the borderline personality disorder that I've described already, sort of so I can better sort of describe this special kind of, it's weird because in some sense they're not manipulating other people directly, they're manipulating other people indirectly, because they have a spiritual need which they are sort of feeding parasitically, or that their subconscious is a vampire. But their ego is a kind of, is a lure, or it's a baited hook or something like that. But in some sense, I think that also what this means is that their unconscious side of the mind, I think, is actually, they are almost, I think it's almost like a demonic possession, because I think that they actually take on the spirit of the participatory group consciousness that they are seeking to embolden and bolster and to empower. And so they are something like a node of a kind of collective unconscious program or ideology, or format, or something like that, of society. So they really, I mean, I call them natural fascists for a reason, and I think that they do actually completely identify with some kind of ideological program. And it's the same type of people that were in the Nazis, that in the high command, that the very esoteric side of it, sort of, I, I mean, I call them natural fascists for a reason, and I do think that these were the same types of people who were, these very strange and awkward people that, sort of found themselves in the esoteric occult, sort of corridors of the SS, or the Nazi high command, where they don't believe in, they make themselves home in the ivory tower of the movement, as it were. And it is strange because I do think that it is modeled somewhat or some kind of personality style that has somewhat reacted to Christianity and is kind of running it in reverse. Oh, and I must correct myself. I keep on saying Pere Girard, and I think I'm referring to somebody else who actually is called Pere, but the person who I was actually talking about is Rene Girard, not Perry. Pere, that's somebody else who made wonderful lectures on sort of alchemy and Platonism and philosophy. I'm so bad with names. It's very embarrassing to get Rene Girard's name so wrong. But anyway, anyway, at least I've got it somewhere in this recording. Um, Let me finally stop making recordings about this topic.